Kutluk and his wife Magnu Kelka have shared a gravestone for almost 700 years. It stands in a mountain valley in what is now Kyrgyzstan, near a lake called Issyk Kul, and the inscription on it is short. They died of pestilence together in the year 1338. Around that one stone sit more than 100 others from the same 2 years, 1338 and 1339, all from a small trading community of Nestorian Christians who lived along the caravan roads, and all of them saying some version of the same thing. Pestilence. Died of pestilence. In an ordinary decade, that cemetery buried maybe 4 people a year. In those 2 years, it buried over 100. Whatever came through that valley tore the community open, filled the ground with couples and children and merchants, and then moved on down the trade roads with the silk and the pearls and the grain. Pearls turn up in the graves themselves, buried with the dead alongside coins and beads, the goods of a trading community that died, in effect, mid-transaction. Nobody thought much about those stones for centuries. A Russian scholar copied the inscriptions in the 1880s and noticed the strange cluster of dates. And then, in 2022, a team of geneticists went back to the bones themselves. They pulled ancient DNA out of the teeth of 7 people from that cemetery, and in several of them they found the bacterium, Yersinia pestis, and when they mapped its genome against every other strain of plague ever sequenced, ancient and modern, it sat exactly at the point where the family tree explodes outward into the strains that would burn across the entire world. Kutluk and Magnu Kelka, lying under their stone in a mountain valley, were among the first recorded victims of the thing Europe would come to call the Great Mortality. 8 years after they went into the ground, it reached the Black Sea. 2 years after that, it was in Italy. Within 7 years of leaving that valley's orbit, somewhere between 1/3 and 2/3 of everyone in Europe was dead. Before we get into all of it, welcome. Genuinely glad you're here for this one. Quick housekeeping while you get settled. If you haven't yet, drop a comment telling me what part of the world you're tuning in from and what time it is where you are, because half of you seem to put these on at 3 in the morning, and I find that both flattering and slightly concerning given tonight's subject matter. Enormous thank you to the Patreon supporters and the YouTube members. You people are the backbone of this channel. If you'd like to join them, every way to support the channel is linked down in the description and in the pinned comment. Alright, get comfortable. Tonight we're covering 5 of the most destructive pandemics of the Middle Ages, and I'll warn you up front, this one does not flinch. We start with the biggest of them all. The disease that came out of Central Asia in the 1340s lived, and still lives, in wild rodents, marmots, ground squirrels, gerbils, the burrowing animals of the steppe. The bacterium circulates among them quietly for decades, and every so often, when climate shifts or rodent populations crash, it spills outward. The mechanism that carries it from animal to animal, and eventually from animal to human, is the flea. And the way the flea does it is one of the nastier tricks in all of nature. When a flea feeds on an infected rat, the bacteria multiply inside the flea's gut until they form a solid plug that blocks its digestive tract. The flea can no longer swallow blood. It begins to starve. and a starving flea bites frantically over and over, trying to feed, and each time it bites, it retches infected blood back into the wound. So the sick flea becomes a little syringe, injecting plague into every warm body it can find. When the rats around it die, and they do die, in heaps, the flea jumps to whatever is left. A dog, a camel, a man loading grain sacks onto a cart bound for the next caravanserai. That's how it moved. Grain stores, fur bales, saddlebags, the holds of ships, anywhere a rat could ride and a flea could hide. The Mongol Empire had spent a century stitching Asia together into one vast connected trading network. Roads patrolled, way stations built, merchants moving safely from China to the Black Sea, and that network, the great achievement of the age, became the delivery system. The pestilence came down out of the mountains and into the caravan traffic of the Golden Horde, and by 1346 it was killing people along the lower Volga and in the ports of Crimea. Europe, meanwhile, met this disease already staggering. A generation earlier, between 1315 and 1322, catastrophic weather had drowned the continent's harvests year after year, rain through whole summers, grain rotting in the fields, and the great famine that followed killed somewhere around 1/10 of Northern Europe's people through starvation and its diseases, with chronicles from those years recording the poor eating grass, seed corn, and worse, and prices climbing past anything in memory. The population that survived was, in the judgment of many historians, a generation raised hungry, packed into cities that had grown faster than their food supply, living closer together and closer to their animals and their waste than any Europeans before them. Nobody can say how much that mattered when the pestilence came, and scholars argue about whether the famished generation actually died at higher rates, but the timing bears stating plainly. The Black Death struck a continent whose margins were already gone. All of that traffic funneled toward the walls of a city called Kaffa, and toward one of the most notorious stories of the entire Middle Ages. Kaffa was a Genoese trading colony on the Crimean coast, a boom town where Italian merchants bought furs, grain, and slaves and shipped them west across the Black Sea. The Genoese and the Mongols of the Golden Horde had been squabbling for years, and by 1346, the Khan, Janibeg, had the city under siege. Then his army started dying. A notary from Piacenza named Gabriele de' Mussi wrote down what he heard had happened next, and his account has been repeated for almost 700 years. He says the Tartars, watching their camp rot around them, dying faster than they could dig, gave up on taking the city by force and decided to share their catastrophe instead. They loaded the corpses of their own plague dead onto their siege catapults and hurled them over the walls. Mountains of bodies, he says, arcing over the ramparts and bursting inside the city, and the defenders dumping as many as they could into the sea, and the rot and the stench taking hold anyway. If the account is accurate, it's the first recorded use of biological warfare in human history, a besieging army weaponizing its own dead. Now, de' Mussi was sitting in Piacenza the whole time, hundreds of miles from Crimea, writing down what sailors and merchants told him, so historians handle the catapult story with care. Some point out that the plague could have entered Kaffa the boring way, through the rats in the grain warehouses, no catapults required, and that a story about God's punishment raining down on Christian merchants in the form of Tartar corpses is exactly the sort of thing a 14th century writer would find irresistible. Others note that flinging corpses and filth over city walls was a genuine siege tactic of the period, well within what armies of the time would do, and a modern analysis in a disease journal judged the whole thing plausible. Either way, what happened next is not in dispute. Genoese galleys left the Black Sea carrying the plague in their holds, and everywhere they touched, people started to die. The ships reached Constantinople in the early summer of 1347, and the greatest city of the Eastern Mediterranean became the first great city of Europe to burn. We have an eyewitness at the very top. The Byzantine emperor himself, John VI Cantacuzene, lived through the epidemic and wrote about it afterward, and buried in his account is a single line of private grief, because among the dead was his own son, Andronikos, a boy of about 13. The emperor described the swellings, the fevers, the black blisters, people vomiting blood and dying within days, and the despair of physicians who found that the disease followed no rules they knew. He wrote it years later, and he chose to model his account on the most famous plague description in Greek literature, Thucydides on the plague of Athens 17 centuries before, an emperor reaching back into the classics for a container big enough to hold what had happened to his family. His contemporary, the scholar Nikephoros Gregoras, recorded the same epidemic from another window in the same city, the invasion touching, as he put it, almost every empty corner of the inhabited world, killing the great and the obscure with a single indifference, and between the two of them, an emperor and a professor, Byzantium documented its own gutting with a thoroughness that would have made its ancient historians proud. The sickness poured out of Constantinople along every shipping lane to Alexandria, where a chronicler recorded 1,000 deaths a day in the city, then more, to Cyprus, where the arrival compounded into pure nightmare, the island suffering an earthquake and tidal wave in the same season the pestilence landed, and where, according to accounts preserved by Arab historians, the Christian masters of the island, terrified that their Muslim slaves would rise against them in the chaos, massacred them preemptively, adding a man-made slaughter on top of the natural ones, and from there westward, port by port, toward Italy. In October of 1347, 12 Genoese galleys came into the harbour of Messina in Sicily. A Franciscan friar named Michele da Piazza watched what came ashore with them and wrote it down. The sailors, he said, carried sickness in their very bones. Anyone who so much as spoke with them was seized by a mortal illness, a burning in the flesh, and then the swellings came, on the thigh, on the arm, the size of a lentil at first, then growing, and the victims began violently coughing up blood, and after 3 days of vomiting blood without pause, they died. And it didn't stop with the people who met the sailors. It ran through their households, through their confessors, through the notaries who came to write their wills, through the men who carried the bodies. The Messenians realized within days what the ships had brought them, and they drove the galleys out of the harbor. Far too late. The fleas were already ashore, in the cloth, in the cargo, in the rats. And so the expelled galleys simply sailed on to the next ports, carrying the mortality with them, while Messina emptied out behind them, its people fleeing into the vineyards and fields, spreading the sickness into the countryside with every step. Sick refugees collapsed on the roads and died in ditches, and the friar says whole families were wiped out to the last member, their bodies left in houses no priest, no relative, no gravedigger would enter for any amount of money. The Messenians, desperate, sent to the neighboring city of Catania and begged for the relics of Saint Agatha to be brought to save them. And the Catanians, who could see perfectly well what was coming out of Messina along the roads, refused to let their saint leave, allowing only some holy water touched to the relics to travel back. It changed nothing on either side. The refugees streaming out of Messina carried the plague into Catania regardless, into the very city that had tried to keep its saint and its distance. And Michel da Piazza reports the Catanians hardening as they died, refusing even to speak with anyone from Messina, and the mortality working through Catania until, among its victims, it took Duke Giovanni, the royal ruler of the island, who had spent months carefully avoiding every infected town. Sicily, the first stop in Western Europe, lost by some estimates a third or more of its people within the year. From Sicily, the plague made its jump to the mainland in the first days of 1348, and the reception it got in Genoa tells you how fast the news had travelled. When Genoese galleys, their own citizens, appeared off the harbour, the city drove them away with burning arrows and war machines. Sons of Genoa dying on the decks, begging to come home, and the city answered with fire. It made no difference. The disease got in anyway, through other ships, other ports, and Genoa lost tens of thousands. Marseille had already taken its infected ships in November. Venice saw its first deaths in January, Pisa, then inland to Florence by spring. Within 6 months of those 12 galleys tying up in Messina, most of the great cities of the Mediterranean were infected, and the mortality was starting its crawl north into the heart of Europe, moving along the roads at a walking pace, 2 or 3 kilometers a day in the countryside, leaping whole regions at a time wherever a ship could sail or a mule train could travel. Before we follow it into Florence, spend a few minutes with me on the disease itself, on what it actually did to a human body. The chroniclers all circle the same symptoms with the same horrified fascination, and modern medicine lets us understand exactly what they were watching. Plague came in 3 forms, and a single outbreak usually contained all 3 at once, mixed together so that no 2 neighbors necessarily died the same death. The first and most common form was the bubonic. This one came from the flea bite. The bacteria entered through the skin, traveled along the lymphatic system, and pooled in the nearest lymph node, in the groin if the bite was on the leg, in the armpit if it was on the arm, at the neck if it was near the head. And in that node they multiplied until the node itself swelled into the thing every account of the Black Death mentions, the bubo. Boccaccio, who watched the plague eat Florence, said they grew to the size of a common apple or an egg, some larger, some smaller. Under the skin they were hard, hot, and so exquisitely painful that victims screamed at the lightest touch. Some buboes turned black, some grew until the skin over them split. Some suppurated, filling with pus until they burst on their own, or a surgeon opened them with a knife, and contemporary doctors argued about whether lancing them helped or killed. Around the swelling, the whole body was failing, fever climbing past what the body could bear, violent shivering, vomiting, a pounding pulse, delirium, so that many victims spent their last day raving, not knowing their own children. Dark blotches bloomed under the skin of the arms and thighs where blood vessels broke and bled beneath the surface, spots the people of the time called God's tokens, because when they appeared, you were marked, and everyone knew it. Boccaccio wrote that both the bubo and those spots were an absolutely certain sign of coming death. Untreated bubonic plague kills somewhere around 50% to 60% of the people who catch it, usually within a week. And in 1348, untreated was the only option, which means that even the mildest form of this disease, the survivable one, the lucky one, was a coin flip weighted against you. The second form was worse. Pneumonic plague happened when the bacteria reached the lungs, either spreading there from a bubo or inhaled directly from another victim's cough, and this form needed no rats and no fleas at all. It moved straight from person to person on the breath. The lungs filled. The victim coughed up a thin, bright red, frothy sputum, blood whipped full of air and swarming with bacteria, and every cough sprayed the disease across the room, onto family, onto nurses, onto the priest bending close to hear a confession. Pneumonic plague killed in 1 to 3 days, and it killed essentially everyone. Modern medicine puts untreated pneumonic mortality at very close to 100%. This is the form Michele da Piazza was describing in Messina, the 3 days of coughing blood, and it explains something the chroniclers kept insisting on that later readers found hard to credit, the claim that you could catch death from a dying man's breath, that being in the room was enough. They weren't exaggerating. For the pneumonic form, being in the room was enough. And then the third form, the strangest and swiftest, septicemic plague, where the bacteria poured directly into the bloodstream and bloomed through the entire body at once. No bubo had time to form. The blood itself became a culture broth. Clots formed everywhere. Small vessels died, and the extremities, starved of circulation, turned dark. Fingers, toes, the nose, blackening with gangrene, while the victim still lived. Death could come in hours, and this is the form behind the stories that sound like folklore, but were simply true. The ones about people who went to bed healthy and never woke, who sat down to dinner well and were dead before morning. Boccaccio has a line about victims who dined at midday with their friends and ate supper that night with their ancestors in the next world. A person could feel a chill at noon and be a corpse by midnight, skin mottled black. And to the people watching, that speed was maybe the most terrifying property the disease had. Illness was supposed to give you time to confess, to make a will, to say goodbye. This gave you nothing. Put all three together in one city at the same time and you get an epidemic with no comprehensible shape. One man lingers a week with a bubo the size of a goose egg in his groin, howling when the blanket brushes it. His neighbor coughs blood for 2 days and drowns in his own lungs. The woman across the street drops dead in the market with no mark on her at all, except black fingertips. Physicians trained on the orderly theories of Galen looked at this and simply broke. Many of them, to their credit, kept working anyway, and one of them left us the best medical account of the whole pandemic. Guy de Chauliac was the personal physician to the Pope at Avignon, probably the most respected surgeon in Europe, and he stayed at his post through the entire epidemic while, in his own words, he lived in continual fear. He recorded, with a professional's contempt, that many physicians would not visit the sick at all for dread of the contagion, and that the ones who did could accomplish nothing and collect no fees, since every patient died, and he admitted his own motive for staying with a bluntness that has endeared him to doctors ever since, that he stayed to avoid infamy, and stayed afraid the whole time. He described 2 distinct phases of the mortality as it passed through the city, an early phase of fever and blood spitting where victims died within 3 days, and a longer phase of fever with swellings in the armpits and groin where they died within 5. And he added a chilling observation, that the contagion was so fierce, especially among the blood spitters, that people seem to catch it not only by living together, but by looking at one another. He caught it himself, a bubo in the groin and a 6-week fever, treated himself as best he knew, and against every expectation survived. His honest professional advice for surviving a plague, distilled from everything he had watched, ran as follows. Flee quickly, go far, come back slowly. That was the summit of European medicine in 1348, and it happened to be correct. Even the Black Death had survivors, and their experiences are their own strain of grim. Recovery from bubonic plague, when it happened, usually went through the bubo, the swelling coming to a head over days of fever, softening, and finally bursting or being cut, discharging a mass of pus and dead tissue, and patients described the rupture as the turning point, the fever breaking as the thing drained, and then weeks of exhaustion while the wound closed into a puckered scar that many carried visibly for life. In the groin, the armpit, the neck, a permanent record of the year the world ended that they wore at the public baths. Survivors got something else too, though nobody understood its terms, a real but imperfect immunity, and communities noticed that people who had come through one visitation tended to stand up better in the next, and recovered. Plague patients became, in later waves, the natural nurses, corpse bearers, and searchers of the dead, hired precisely because they had already been through it, a workforce of the scarred doing the jobs no one untouched would take. Everything else the medical establishment offered was somewhere between useless and cruel. The learned consensus, endorsed by the medical faculty of Paris in a formal report to the King of France, blamed a conjunction of Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars in the sign of Aquarius that had occurred in March of 1345, corrupting the air itself into a poisonous miasma. If bad air was the killer, then the defenses were sweet smells and fire, so people carried nosegays of flowers and pressed herbs to their faces in the streets, burned rosemary and juniper in their houses, and the rich fumigated their rooms while the disease came in on the fleas in their servants' clothing regardless. Physicians prescribed theriac, an ancient compound of dozens of ingredients including viper's flesh. They bled patients who were already hemorrhaging internally. They lanced buboes, plastered them with poultices of lily root and human excrement, and sometimes, by pure accident, a lanced bubo drained and a patient lived, so the practice continued. None of it moved the numbers at all. The one intervention that genuinely worked, distance, was the one thing the structure of medieval life, crowded, communal, pious, made almost impossible. And one visual note while we're here, because it comes up every single time this subject does. The famous plague doctor, the figure in the waxed robe with the long bird beak stuffed with herbs, the glass eyes, the wide hat. That costume belongs to a later century. A French royal physician came up with it around 1619, during a much later outbreak, as protective gear against the miasma. The doctors of 1348 had no uniform at all. They walked into the death rooms in their ordinary robes, holding a sponge of vinegar to the nose, and they died in enormous numbers alongside their patients. In some cities, the profession was nearly wiped out. So when you see that beaked figure stalking through images of the Black Death, know that the reality was somehow bleaker. Ordinary men in ordinary clothes, armed with nothing, walking toward the thing everyone else was running from. To put a name on one of them, Gentile da Foligno was among the most celebrated physicians in Italy, a professor at Padua and Perugia, author of learned commentaries, the sort of man whose consultations princes paid for, and when the mortality reached Perugia in 1348, he stayed, wrote practical advice against the pestilence for his city, and kept seeing patients through the spring, while colleagues across Italy dropped their practices and ran. In June, he died of the plague he had stayed to treat. His last writings admit, between the lines of the theory, what every honest physician had discovered, that the medicine of the age had nothing, and the ones who stayed anyway were choosing the work over the odds with their eyes open. And since medicine had nothing, people took their petitions upstairs, and the mortality minted its own specialist saints. Sebastian, the Roman soldier shot full of arrows, became a plague patron partly through the old image of disease as arrows raining from heaven, a body pierced and surviving, and his image multiplied across Europe with every wave. And a young pilgrim from Montpellier named Roche, in the accounts told of him, spent the plague years walking Italy, nursing victims town by town until he caught it himself, a bubo in the groin, and dragged himself into the woods to die alone rather than burden anyone. At which point, the story goes, a nobleman's dog began appearing daily with bread stolen from its master's table, keeping him alive until he recovered. Saint Roch with his bubo and his dog went up on church walls from Portugal to Poland, and for centuries afterward, when the plague entered a town, his was the image people carried through the streets, a saint you could recognize instantly because he's the one lifting his hem to show you the swelling on his thigh. Now, Florence, if you had to pick the one city whose suffering defined the Black Death for all later generations, it's Florence. And that's because of who happened to be living there. Giovanni Boccaccio was in his mid-30s when the mortality arrived in the spring of 1348, and he survived it. And a few years later he set his masterpiece, the Decameron, against it, opening the book with a long, cold, precise description of what he had watched his city become. Later scholars have gone back and forth about how much he witnessed personally and how much he shaped for literary effect, but his account matches the tax records, the burial records, and the other chronicles closely enough that it has become the closest thing we have to standing in the streets of a plague city and looking around. He starts with the abandonment. That was the thing he could not forgive and could not stop describing. The plague was understood to pass from the sick to the healthy, so the healthy fled the sick, and the sick were left alone. Citizen avoided citizen. Neighbors stopped visiting neighbors. Kinsfolk stopped meeting. And then he goes further into the sentence that has stunned readers for almost 7 centuries, that fathers and mothers refused to see and tend their own children, as if those children had been strangers. The sick lay in their houses attended by nobody except, if they could pay, hired servants of the roughest sort, untrained men and greedy women who took huge wages to fetch water and watch someone die, and who often caught the disease from their patients and died in the same rooms a few days later. Many of the sick, Boccaccio says, died simply from neglect, people who might have lived with feeding and care, dead of thirst in an upstairs room while the street outside pretended not to hear them. The machinery of death in Florence broke down in stages, and Boccaccio tracks each one. In the beginning, funerals still looked like funerals. Then the numbers climbed, and the customs started to dissolve. Women stopped mourning at bedsides. Bodies started being carried not by friends and neighbors, but by a new class of men who appeared out of the city's underworld, corpse carriers called bikini, who did the work for money and did it fast and without ceremony, hauling a bier to whichever church was nearest with 4 or 5 priests hurrying alongside, or none. When the biers ran out, boards did the job. Then the pretense of individual burial collapsed entirely. Boccaccio describes the mourning ritual that replaced it. Ordinary citizens, walking out of their doors at dawn, would find the bodies of their neighbors laid in the street outside the houses where they had died, put there overnight by families who could not arrange anything better and wanted the corpse out of the house. The carriers came through like a grim sanitation service, stacking bodies onto biers, sometimes 2 or 3 from a single house, a husband and wife, a father and a son, stacked together and carried off in one load. Priests going to bury one corpse would arrive at the churchyard trailed by 6 or 8 extra biers that had simply fallen in behind the procession. The churchyards filled, so the city dug trenches, enormous ones, down to the water table, and the dead went in by the hundreds, packed in layers, a layer of bodies, a thin layer of earth, another layer of bodies, and a chronicler of the city, Marcione di Coppo Stefani, reached for the only comparison that fit, writing that they layered them the way one layers a dish of lasagna with cheese. He was a Florentine. Even at the end of the world, a Florentine describes things in terms of food. Boccaccio also recorded the fate of animals in the emptied city, and one small scene he swears he saw with his own eyes. The rags of a poor man who had died of the disease had been thrown into the public street. 2 pigs came along, rooting through everything as pigs do, seized the rags in their teeth and shook them against their cheeks. Within the hour, both pigs went into convulsions and dropped dead onto the rags they'd been chewing. Whatever was in that cloth killed a pig in under an hour. People watched things like that happen and drew the reasonable conclusion that touching anything a victim had owned was death. And the abandonment got worse. By the time the epidemic burned out in Florence, Boccaccio's estimate was that over 100,000 people had died inside the walls between March and July. Modern historians think the city held maybe 90 to 120,000 before the plague, so his number is probably inflated in the way that eyewitness numbers usually are. But the tax and grain records after the epidemic suggest the city genuinely lost somewhere around half to 3/5 of its people in 4 months. Half a city, gone between one spring and one summer. And Florence stands for hundreds of cities that suffered the same with nobody of his caliber writing it down. Boccaccio, for his part, took everything he had witnessed and built on top of it one of the foundation stones of European literature. The Decameron's frame has 10 wealthy young Florentines, 7 women and 3 men, meeting in a church during the mortality and agreeing to flee together to a villa in the hills, where, over 10 days, they tell each other 100 stories, funny ones, filthy ones, romantic ones, life at full volume, and the whole glittering performance sits deliberately on top of the death he describes in the introduction. 10 young people telling jokes in a garden above a city of corpses. Readers have argued ever since about whether the book is escapism or defiance or mourning, and it's probably simplest to say that the greatest storytelling collection of the Middle Ages exists because its author watched his city die and decided the answer was 100 stories about being alive. 50 kilometers south, Siena got it at the same time. And Siena is where we return to the man from the top of this video. Agnolo di Tura was nobody in particular, a shoemaker who also collected taxes and kept a chronicle of his city, and when the mortality came in May of 1348, he kept writing, and what he set down is, for my money, the single most devastating passage anyone wrote in the entire 14th century. He says the victims died almost immediately, swelling beneath the armpits and in the groin, falling over while talking. He says father abandoned child, wife abandoned husband, one brother abandoned another, for the illness seemed to strike through breath and through sight. He says no one could be found to bury the dead for money or for friendship, and so the members of a household brought their own dead down to a ditch as best they could, without priest and without prayers, and the death bell did not sound, because if it had rung for every soul, it would never have stopped. Great pits were dug and piled deep with the multitude of the dead, and they died by the hundreds, day and night, and were thrown into those ditches and covered with earth. And then he writes this: "And I, Agnolo di Tura, called the Fat, buried my 5 children with my own hands." 5 children, 1 man. And he adds, in the same breath, that there were others who did the same, and that many of the dead were covered so lightly with soil that the dogs of the city dragged them back out of the ground and ate them out in the open through the streets. He finishes the passage by saying that so many died that everyone believed it was the end of the world. Nobody in Siena was insane for believing that. Half the evidence of their senses supported it. Siena as a city never fully came back from that summer. Before the plague, the Sienese had been building an expansion of their cathedral meant to make it the largest church in Christendom, a statement of a rich city at the height of its confidence. The mortality killed the masons, killed the funders, killed the confidence, and the work stopped and never resumed. You can go to Siena today and see it, the enormous, freestanding wall of the unfinished nave, standing there in the sunlight 7 centuries later, a monument to the exact moment a civilization got the wind knocked out of it. Venice, being Venice, tried to organize its catastrophe. The Republic appointed a committee of 3 noblemen to manage the epidemic, ordered that corpses be ferried to outlying islands for burial, and set barges circulating through the canals to collect the dead, their crews calling out for corpses at the water doors of the houses. Depending on the account, the cry was corpi morti, dead bodies, echoing down the canals morning after morning, and families would carry their dead down the steps to the water and hand them onto the pile. The islands designated for burial filled until, according to Venetian tradition, gravediggers were wading through decomposing remains, and the city lost perhaps 3/5 of its population, including, by one count, a majority of its physicians, many of whom had fled. The town of Pistoia, near Florence, took the legislative approach, and its surviving ordinances from May 1348 show a town council trying to fight a supernatural catastrophe with municipal regulations. No citizen may travel to Pisa or Lucca. No used cloth may be imported into the town. Bodies must be sealed in wooden caskets under penalty of fine. Funeral bells shall not be rung so as not to terrify the sick. That last one lands hardest. The bells had become a weapon against morale, every peal an announcement that the thing was still in town, still feeding, and so the towns of Tuscany went quiet, one by one, on purpose. Milan tried something colder than regulation, and the record of it still stops people. When the first cases appeared in the city, the authorities under the Visconti lords identified the 3 houses involved and ordered them walled up. Bricked shut, doors and windows, with everyone inside, the sick, the healthy family members, everyone, entombed together in their own homes and left there to die in the dark, the houses converted into sealed boxes on an ordinary street while the neighbors listened. It stands among the most ruthless documented acts of any government in the entire pandemic, and historians still chew on what followed. Milan came through the Black Death more lightly than almost any major city in Italy, losing a fraction of what Florence and Venice and Siena lost. Whether the walling up caused that, or the city's luck held for other reasons, geography, timing, the pattern of trade, can't be settled now. What can be said is that the calculation on offer, a few families buried alive against a city spared, was exactly the trade the age's most hard-headed rulers were willing to make, and the 14th century did not ask them to feel bad about it. The mortality crossed into Provence and rolled up the Rhône, and in January of 1348, it entered Avignon, and Avignon in 1348 housed the papacy itself, in residence there for decades, so the plague was now inside the administrative capital of Western Christendom, a crowded, filthy city swollen with clergy, petitioners, bankers and pilgrims from every country in Europe. It went through them like a scythe through wheat. We can watch it happen through the letters of a Flemish musician named Louis Heiligen, employed in the household of a cardinal, who wrote home to his friends in Bruges from inside the dying city that spring and gave them, and us, a street-level report. He described the 3 ways people were dying, the ones spitting blood who went in 3 days, the ones with the swellings who lasted 5, and he described the terror in detail, how the moment an ulcer or a swelling appeared in a person's groin or armpit, that person was instantly and completely shunned, even by close relatives. How fathers left sons lying on their cots and fled the house. He passed along what everyone in Avignon was saying, that half the population was dead or would be, and he confessed his own arrangements without embarrassment, that he was keeping to his room, burning aromatic fires, and staying away from the sick, and he asked his friends to pray for him, since he did not know whether he would still be alive when the letter arrived. He was, as it turned out. His employer, the cardinal, caught the plague and died in it. The musician's letter survived to become a cornerstone of everything we know about Avignon's year. A man narrating the apocalypse from behind a locked door with a censer going. He wrote about the churchyards overflowing, about new burial grounds being consecrated and filling within weeks, about a single new cemetery receiving 11,000 bodies in 6 weeks. When even that failed, Pope Clement VI solved the problem in the only way left to a pope. He consecrated the river, the whole Rhône, blessed as holy ground, so that the bodies thrown into it were technically receiving Christian burial as they floated downstream past the towns below. Hold that image for a second. The river through the middle of the papal city, carrying its steady traffic of the dead, all of it sanctified, all of it drifting south toward the sea. Clement himself is an interesting figure in all this. His physicians, Guy de Chauliac among them, ordered him into isolation, and he obeyed, shutting himself in his private chambers, and sitting between 2 enormous fires kept roaring even through the summer heat, on the theory that the flames would purify the corrupted air around him. He saw almost no one for months, and it worked, though not for the reason anyone thought. The heat likely kept flea-bearing visitors, rats, and everyone else at a distance, and the Pope came through the epidemic untouched, while a quarter of his cardinals and a huge share of his curia died around him. From inside that bubble, though, he did some things that genuinely mattered, and we'll get to the most important of them shortly, because it involves the darkest chapter of the whole pandemic. He also granted a general remission of sins to everyone who died of the plague, an acknowledgement that the sacraments had broken down, that people were dying unconfessed in locked rooms through no fault of their own, and that the Church would simply have to extend its mercy wholesale to everyone, sight unseen. One of the people Avignon's plague reached into was the poet Petrarch, the most famous literary man in Europe, and through him the mortality acquired its most personal voice of grief. Petrarch had built half his life's work around a woman named Laura, the distant beloved of hundreds of his poems. And in the spring of 1348, while he was away in Verona, Laura died in the plague at Avignon, and the news reached him in a letter. He wrote the date and the loss onto the flyleaf of his most treasured manuscript, where you can still see the note today. And then the plague kept going through his address book, friend after friend, his patrons, his correspondence, until his letters from those years became a running record of subtraction. The plague even reached into the monastery where his beloved younger brother Gerardo lived as a Carthusian monk at Montreuil in Provence, and what happened there Petrarch set down as he heard it. The pestilence entered the house and killed the community one by one, the prior first, then brother after brother, until of the whole monastery only Gerardo remained alive, alone with the bodies, and the account has him washing them and burying them himself, one at a time, digging when there was no one left to dig with him, keeping the offices going in an empty choir, guarding the house with, in the telling, only the monastery dog for company, and refusing to abandon his post until the last of his brothers was in the ground. Petrarch, no stranger to shaping a story, plainly venerated him for it, and even allowing for a brother's pride, somebody at Montreuil buried those monks, and the man still standing at the end was Gerardo. In one of them he asks the questions that everyone in 1348 was asking, and almost nobody wrote down so plainly. Where are our sweet friends now, he asks. What lightning devoured them? What earthquake swallowed them? And he describes the emptied houses, the cities full of the dead. And then he turns to face forward toward us and predicts that a happy posterity that never knew this woe will count his testimony among fables. He knew exactly how his letters would sound to people like us, too enormous to be true. And he wrote them anyway and dated them, and here we are, 7 centuries of posterity, checking his testimony against the tax rolls and the burial pits, and finding it, on the whole, sound. Paris took the plague through the summer and autumn of 1348, and the numbers reported there are staggering even by the standards of everything we've covered so far. The chronicler Jean de Venette, a Carmelite friar in the city, says that at the height of the mortality, more than 500 bodies a day were being carted from the great hospital, the Hôtel Dieu, to the cemetery of the Holy Innocents for burial. 500 a day from one hospital. And inside that hospital, something was happening that de Venette made a point of recording, because in a chronicle full of cowardice and flight, it was the counter-example. The Hôtel Dieu was staffed by nuns, and the nuns did not run. They tended the sick and the dying at close quarters, day after day, knowing exactly what the work meant, and they died in waves at their posts, and each time a wave of them died, new sisters stepped forward to replace them, without complaint, he says, holding fear beneath their feet. He wrote that many of them, worn out by their labors among the dying, renewed their lives with the dead, and that they now rest in peace with Christ, as we may piously believe. Several times in this story, you'll find that the people with the least power behaved the best. The nursing sisters of Paris are usually the first example anyone reaches for, and they've earned the spot. North of Paris, in the prosperous cloth city of Tournai, an elderly abbot named Gilles Le Mouissis kept a chronicle through the mortality of 1349, and his account is precious for its municipal ordinariness, a city government's fight recorded from the inside. He describes the deaths beginning among the rich and important men around the year's turn, and then spreading through every parish, whole families dying. The air of the town, he says, thick with the tolling until the council stepped in. Tournai's regulations, as Gilles records them, came down like hammer blows on the customs of death itself. Bells silenced, mourning dress restricted, gatherings at funerals banned, new pits ordered outside the walls, burial within church precincts halted, graves ordered dug deep, and bodies committed at once. And the abbot notes the strangeness of watching prominent citizens carted out with no procession at all, rules his own city had written erasing ceremonies 1,000 years old, and he also notes, with a churchman's side-eye, that the terror produced a brief municipal virtue, cursing and dice-playing banned and for a few months actually abandoned, couples living in sin hurrying to marry, and then, as the deaths ebbed, the dice came back out. Gilles survived, went blind, was operated on for cataracts in his 80s, and dictated the rest of his chronicle, one of those medieval lives that make the period feel suddenly close enough to touch. Across the Channel, England knew it was coming. The mortality had been chewing through France for months. Merchants and refugees carried the news across the water, and the English did what people always do with an approaching catastrophe. They prayed, they organized processions, and they went about their business. The disease made landfall in the summer of 1348 at a small port on the Dorset coast called Melcombe, part of what's now Weymouth, and one chronicle pins the arrival on a single ship from Gascony, a sailor who came ashore carrying, in the chronicler's phrase, the seeds of the terrible pestilence. From that one harbour town, the seeds went everywhere, along the coast to Southampton, up to Bristol, one of the biggest cities in the kingdom, where the chronicler Henry Knighton says almost the whole strength of the town perished, taken by surprise by sudden death, with very few of the sick keeping to their beds for more than 3 days, or 2 days, or half a day. Half a day. A Bristol merchant could open his shop in the morning, and his heirs could be arguing over it by evening. The townsmen of Gloucester, hearing what was happening downriver, tried to ban anyone from Bristol from entering their town at all, an early stab at quarantine born of pure terror, and it failed, as every attempt at containment failed everywhere. because the thing travelled with rats and cloth and grain, and no gate porter on earth could screen for a flea. The disease introduced itself to the English crown early and cruelly and abroad. In the summer of 1348, King Edward III's daughter Joan, 15 years old, was travelling to Castile to marry its heir, one of the great diplomatic marriages of the age, and her wedding convoy, loaded with a trousseau of silks and a portable chapel, put in at Bordeaux, where the plague was erupting through the port. It killed her there in September, before her wedding, in a foreign city, far from her family, and the letter her father sent to the Castilian court afterward survives, working through the formal diplomatic phrases until it cracks open for a sentence about the bitterness of grief for a daughter he describes as blameless, and then closes back up into statecraft, because the marriage alliance still needed rescuing, and kings did not get days off from the 14th century. Meanwhile, at home, the church made a quiet emergency ruling that measures the coming collapse better than any casualty figure. In January of 1349, with priests dying faster than they could be replaced, the Bishop of Bath and Wells instructed his flock that if anyone lay dying and no priest could be found, they should make their confession to a layman, to any decent person available, and, the letter specifies, if no man could be found, then even to a woman. A dying medieval Christian's eternal fate ran through confession, and the Church was now telling its people, in writing, to hand that sacrament's function to whoever happened to still be alive in the room. Taken as theology, it was a mercy. As a report on the state of England's clergy, it was an obituary. London had the plague by that autumn, and through the winter of 1348 into 49, it did to London what it had done to Florence. The city's cemeteries were exhausted within weeks, so wealthy men bought fields outside the walls and consecrated them as emergency burial grounds, and one of those fields, at East Smithfield, near where the Tower of London stands, was excavated by archaeologists in the 1980s. What they found under the ground is among the strangest evidence the entire pandemic left behind. Long trenches, yes, mass burial, bodies laid 5 deep in places, but laid, not thrown. Row after row, aligned east to west in proper Christian fashion, heads to the west so they'd face the rising sun on the day of resurrection. Children tucked into the gaps between adults to save space, but tucked carefully. Some bodies in coffins, some wrapped in shrouds, a scatter of them with a little charcoal beneath, and hardly any sign anywhere of bodies dumped at random angles. Even at the absolute bottom of the catastrophe, with cartloads arriving daily and the diggers themselves dying, somebody in London stood in those trenches and took the time to straighten every corpse. The records of the time claimed 200 bodies a day were going into the new grounds at the peak, and the excavation suggests the claim was no exaggeration. And every skeleton in those neat rows had teeth, and centuries later, scientists pulled DNA from those teeth and confirmed definitively the identity of the killer, Yersinia pestis, the same organism from the graves in Kyrgyzstan. The bookends of the pandemic, a mountain cemetery in Central Asia and a trench in London, connected by one strand of bacterial DNA. London's other emergency ground, west of the walls, ran the same way. Tens of thousands buried in a field bought by the soldier courtier Walter Manny, and that field's afterlife says something about how the survivors treated these places. Within a generation, a monastery of Carthusians, the Charterhouse, was founded on the site, monks living and praying directly on top of the plague dead. By design, a community of perpetual intercession planted in the burial field, and the complex still stands in central London today, with the ground generations of monks prayed over lying under the square outside. A monk at Rochester named William Dean recorded a detail from his part of Kent that shows what the labour shortage of the dying months actually looked like on the ground. The plague, he says, carried off so many that nobody could be found who would bear the corpses to the grave, and so men and women carried their own dead children on their shoulders to the church and dropped them into the common pit. And from those pits, he adds, there proceeded such a stench that scarcely anyone dared to walk past the cemetery. Parents, carrying their children's bodies on their own shoulders because every gravedigger was dead or fled. And meanwhile, out in the countryside, an eerier catastrophe was unfolding, one with almost no witnesses at all. Henry Knighton, again, is our man for this. The mortality had killed or scattered the people who worked the land, and so the land simply stopped being worked mid-season. Crops stood in the fields and rotted where they grew because there was no one to bring them in. Sheep and cattle wandered loose through the standing grain, through the villages, down the roads, unherded, unclaimed, and then the murrain came, disease sweeping the abandoned animals. And Knighton says that in a single pasture more than 5,000 sheep died, their bodies so corrupted that no beast or bird would touch them. 5,000 dead sheep in one field, and the crows wouldn't land. Prices collapsed because there were no buyers left. A horse formerly worth 40 shillings went for half a mark. Fat oxen for 4 shillings. And then, within a season, the collapse inverted because the survivors discovered that labour, not goods, was now the scarce thing in England, and a reaper who had worked for 2p a day could demand 8 and get it, plus his meals, and walk off to a better offer if refused. We'll come back to what that did to the whole structure of society, this transfer of power to the people at the bottom, written in the blood of half the kingdom. Whole villages in England ceased to exist that year and were never resettled. Knighton names some in his own region, places where every single inhabitant died, not a house left occupied, and the buildings tumbling into ruin around the empty church. Archaeologists have mapped hundreds of these deserted medieval villages across the English countryside, humps and hollows in the grass where streets used to run. And while not all of them died of plague alone, the mortality of 1348 and 49 hollowed out huge numbers of them past the point of recovery. A few of their names survive in the records precisely because they stopped existing. At Tusmore in Oxfordshire, the Lord received permission a decade later to turn the village fields into a private park, the stated grounds being that every villain was dead, an entire community reduced to a legal footnote in someone's landscaping. Tilgarsley, in the same county, simply stops appearing, taxed as a living village before the pestilence, recorded afterward as having no inhabitants and never resettled. The label historians use for these places, deserted medieval villages, runs hundreds of entries long. Places that had held weddings and harvests and lawsuits for 400 years, and then, inside 18 months, held nothing. The church suffered proportionally worse than almost anyone. Priests had to attend the dying. A priest's duty took him to the bedside, into the breath range of pneumonic victims, day after day, and the diocesan records show what that duty cost. In some English dioceses, close to half the parish clergy died within the year. Bishops were instituting replacement priests at many times the normal rate, then replacing the replacements, and the surviving clergy promptly joined the wage revolution. Chaplains who had served for 5 marks a year demanding 10 and getting it, to the loud disgust of the same chroniclers who recorded the reapers doing the identical thing, and the quality of the clergy dropped for a generation because the church, desperate, started ordaining almost anyone willing, including men barely out of boyhood and men who could scarcely recite the liturgy. Ireland gives us the most haunting document of the plague in the British Isles, maybe of the whole 14th century. A Franciscan friar in Kilkenny named John Glynn kept a chronicle as the mortality closed in on his friary through 1348 and into 49. He recorded the pestilence stripping the towns of Dublin and Drogheda, whole households dying together, and he understood with complete clarity what was likely coming for him personally. And rather than stop writing, he explained why he was continuing. He wrote that he was leaving parchment behind for the work to be continued, in case, in the future, any human being should survive, or anyone of the race of Adam should escape this pestilence, so that the work begun should not perish with the workman. He describes himself as waiting among the dead for death to come. A man sitting in a scriptorium in Kilkenny, quite possibly the last literate man left alive in his community, writing a message addressed to the possibility that humanity itself might continue, and leaving blank pages after his final entry for whoever might come after. Beneath his last words, in the manuscript, a different hand has added a single line. Here, it seems, the author died. Scotland, for a while, watched all this happen to England with something close to glee. The two kingdoms had been at each other's throats for generations, and as the mortality gutted the northern English counties, the Scots gathered an army near Selkirk to invade while the enemy was on its knees, and according to English chroniclers they laughed as they mustered, swearing by the foul death of the English, using the plague itself as an oath. Then the plague arrived in the muster camp. It shredded the assembled army, killed thousands of soldiers where they camped, and the survivors scattered back to their homes across Scotland, seeding the disease into every valley they returned to. Within a year, Scotland was suffering the same mortality as everyone else, and the chroniclers noted the sequence with grim satisfaction. The northern spread produced one of the plague's signature horrors, the ghost ship. In 1349, a vessel left London for Norway with a cargo of wool and a crew that, somewhere on the crossing, began to die. By the time the ship reached the Norwegian coast, drifting unsteered, there was no one left alive aboard, and it ran aground near Bergen with its cargo intact and its crew lying dead among the wool bales, and the wool was full of fleas. Locals boarded the wreck, salvage being salvage, and carried the cargo ashore, and the mortality came off that dead ship and into Norway, and from Norway it worked through Scandinavia, killing, by some estimates, half of Norway's population, emptying valleys so thoroughly that farms sat abandoned for generations, and some upland districts didn't recover their pre-plague population for 300 years. One ship crewed by corpses, and half a country followed it into the ground. Sweden's King Magnus watched it coming north and put his understanding of it into a proclamation that survives, announcing to his subjects that God, for the sins of men, had cast this great punishment into the world, and ordering national penance to meet it, Friday processions with bare feet, fasting on bread and water, offerings at the churches, a whole kingdom instructed to walk barefoot into winter to apologize. The plague came anyway, took perhaps a third or more of Sweden, and reached even into the royal family. Poland, meanwhile, came through the pandemic more lightly than most of Europe, at least by the traditional account, its relative sparing variously credited to sparse settlement, fewer trade routes, luck and border controls, and historians still argue over how light it really got off. What Poland certainly did under King Casimir the Great was open its doors to the Jewish refugees streaming out of the burning Rhineland towns, confirming and extending their legal protections while the lands to the west were building bonfires. And that policy, whatever mix of principle and economic sense produced it, redirected the demographic center of an entire people eastward and shaped the map of Jewish Europe until the 20th century. By 1351 and 52, the mortality had rolled through the Baltic, through Poland's trading cities, and into the Russian principalities, and in 1353 it reached Moscow, where it killed the Grand Prince himself, Simeon, called the Proud, along with his 2 young sons and his brother and the head of the Russian church, wiping out most of the ruling family in a single visitation. And notice where Moscow sits. On the doorstep of the steppe. The plague had traveled out of Central Asia, around the entire circumference of Europe, through the Mediterranean, up the Atlantic coast, over the North Sea, across Scandinavia, through the Baltic, and down into Russia, and had now arrived, 7 years later, within reach of the very grasslands it started from. It had drawn a complete circle around the continent, and inside that circle, according to the ranges most historians work with, somewhere between 1/3 and 3/5 of every human being was dead. Put in raw numbers, the estimates for Europe alone run from 25 million dead up past 50 million, and for the whole zone the pandemic touched, Europe, the Middle East, North Africa, Central Asia, the figures offered run from 75 million to as high as 200 million. Nobody was counting, so nobody knows, and serious scholars argue the ranges hard in both directions, with some recent work suggesting the toll varied enormously, region by region, some areas nearly annihilated and others barely scratched. The basic shape of the thing stands beyond argument. In the middle of the 14th century, in the space of about 7 years, a substantial fraction of the human race died. And half of that story happened outside Europe entirely, in the lands of Islam, where the mortality struck just as hard and the witnesses wrote just as unforgettably, though Western tellings of the Black Death usually stop at the edge of Christendom. The plague came down through the Golden Horde into Persia and Iraq, and across the sea lanes into Syria and Egypt, arriving in Alexandria in the autumn of 1347 on ships whose crews were mostly dead. One of them, by an Egyptian account, drifting into harbour with a handful of survivors who died on the docks. From Alexandria it moved up the Nile and along the coast, and by the spring and summer of 1348 it was inside the two greatest cities of the Islamic world, Damascus and Cairo, and it found in Cairo the largest city west of China, 500,000 people or more packed along the river, and it treated Cairo the way it treated everywhere, only at Cairo's scale. The Egyptian historian al-Makrizi, working from records and older accounts, describes the cities dying in numbers that climb like the ones from Constantinople. Hundreds a day, then 1,000, then 7,000 a day at the height, then figures beyond that, which he reports while doubting anyone could truly count. The funeral infrastructure of the city, mosques, washers of the dead, biers, grave diggers, was engulfed within weeks. Coffins ran out, so the dead went to the cemeteries on planks, on ladders, on doors, 2 and 3 to a board, and then the biers themselves became a bottleneck, families waiting in queues at the mosques for a bier to come back from the graveyard so it could carry their own dead in its turn. Prayers for the dead, normally said over one person at a time, were said over rows, 40 at once, and the mosques ran funeral services continuously through the day. Trenches were dug outside the city and filled in layers, and still bodies accumulated faster than they could be moved, corpses left in doorways, in the streets, in the mosques themselves, and boats on the Nile, by more than one account, moved among floating dead. Shops shut because their owners were dead. Whole trades halted. The chroniclers note the same eerie economics England saw, prices of most goods collapsing for lack of buyers, while the wages of anyone connected to death, gravediggers, corpse washers, porters of biers, reciters of the Quran at funerals, multiplied tenfold and more. Ordinary laborers abandoning their trades to carry the dead because carrying the dead had become the best paid work in Egypt. Al-Makrizi also records what the plague did to Cairo's nights, the lamps of whole quarters going unlit, streets that had never once in living memory been quiet, standing empty after dark. A city famous across the world for never sleeping, learning in a single season to do exactly that. In Damascus, We have a witness whose account you can still follow street by street, because the great traveler Ibn Battuta, the man who spent 30 years crossing the known world, happened to pass through Syria as the plague peaked there in the summer of 1348. He records the death counts announced in Damascus, climbing past 2,000 a day, and he describes what the city did in response, and few scenes in the entire global story of the Black Death can match it. The authorities proclaimed a fast, and after 3 days of fasting, the whole city gathered before dawn in the great Umayyad Mosque, and then walked out together, barefoot, the entire population, and Ibn Battuta itemizes exactly who walked: the emirs and the judges, the scholars of law, the Sufis. The Jews came out with their book of the law, he says, and the Christians with their gospel, all of them weeping, all of them barefoot, men, women and children together, the whole mixed city of every faith processing out to the mosque of the footprints south of the city, praying side by side through the morning for the same deliverance from the same death. It stands as a mirror image of what the Rhineland did in that same year, the same terror arriving in another civilization, and producing, in that city at least, a barefoot procession of everyone together. Deliverance, for the record, did not come. Damascus suffered on the same scale as everywhere else, but the scene stands. Aleppo gives us the most personal document of all. The scholar Ibn al-Wadi was living there when the plague arrived, and he wrote an essay on it as it happened around him, a piece that swings between grim wit and open dread, tracking the disease's 15-year journey from the lands of darkness in the east, through China and India and Persia, into his own streets. He describes his neighbors dying of the buboes, the spitting of blood, the speed, and he addresses the plague directly in places, almost taunting it, and he records the sound of Aleppo at the height, a city, he says, where you could hear in every quarter the summons to funeral prayers. And then, in March of 1349, Ibn al-Wadi caught the plague he was writing about and died of it, his essay surviving him, one more author swallowed by his own subject, like John Glynn in Kilkenny that same year. Two men on opposite ends of the known world, of different faiths, in different languages, writing into the dark until the dark took them. The disease went everywhere Islam went. It struck Mecca itself, killing pilgrims in the holy city, an event that set off anguished debate among jurists, since a well-known saying held that pestilence would not enter Mecca, and scholars argued over what its arrival meant, some blaming the presence of unbelievers, others rethinking the tradition. It emptied villages across Palestine and Syria. It hammered Tunis and the North African coast, and in Tunis in 1348 it reached the family of a 14-year-old boy named Ibn Khaldun, who would grow up to become probably the greatest historian and social thinker of the entire medieval world, and who lost his mother and father to it. Decades later, writing his great history, he set down what the pandemic had been from the inside, a devastation that overtook the civilizations of East and West alike, swallowing much of a generation, rolling up prosperity, wiping out the learned one by one, and he reached for a phrase historians have quoted ever since, that it was as though the world had called out for oblivion and the world had answered. He also drew a conclusion from it that shaped his whole life's work, that when the world changes that completely, it's as if creation itself had started over, a new world requiring a new history, and somebody had to write it. His parents in the ground at Tunis sit behind every page. The Islamic world's collective response ran on different rails from Europe's, and the difference has struck historians ever since. The scholars of the age worked out a consensus, articulated in plague treatises, resting on 3 points: that the pestilence came from God, that a believer should neither enter nor flee an afflicted land, and that a Muslim who died of it died a martyr, taken directly to paradise, like a soldier fallen in battle. You can question how strictly ordinary people obeyed the no-flight teaching. Plenty ran. The roads out of Cairo were as crowded as the roads out of Florence, but the framework mattered, because a death understood as martyrdom is not a death demanding a culprit. The great Islamic cities produced no equivalent of the well-poisoning panic, no burning platforms, no massacres of minorities in response to the plague. And the contrast with the Rhineland in those exact same months is one of the starker moral data points the 14th century left behind. Terror ran through both civilizations. Only one of them organized the terror into bonfires. The Islamic world also produced, out of the later waves, a remarkable medical argument, among the boldest of the entire Middle Ages. Mainstream religious teaching held positions that made contagion a fraught idea. A believer should neither enter nor flee a plague-stricken land, and disease came from God rather than passing from body to body. And in Granada, in the 1360s, the scholar and statesman Ibn al-Khatib sat down and argued in writing from evidence the other way. The existence of contagion, he wrote, is established by experience, by investigation, by the senses, by trustworthy reports, and he laid out his data, that the disease appeared in a household after a contaminated garment or vessel entered it, that ports receiving ships from plagued shores sickened while isolated communities stayed healthy, that nomads in the clean air of the desert remained untouched while the cities died, and he concluded that where the evidence of the senses collides with the inherited text, the text must be reinterpreted, because the truth of what a physician can see with his own eyes cannot be waved away. A man reasoning his way to germ-adjacent epidemiology from pure observation 500 years before microscopes settled the question. His reward, it should be said, tracked the fate of inconvenient thinkers in most centuries. His enemies eventually brought him down on heresy charges tangled with politics, and he was imprisoned and strangled in his cell. The argument survived him. Arguments like that usually do, eventually. A death event on that scale does strange things to the survivors, and the responses split along a fault line you can still trace in the sources. Some people decided the world was ending and behaved accordingly in one of two opposite directions. Boccaccio describes both in Florence. One crowd walled themselves up in comfortable houses with fine food and music and refused to hear any news of the dead at all. Another crowd went the other way entirely, drinking day and night, wandering from tavern to tavern and into strangers' abandoned houses, taking whatever they wanted, on the logic that the law was dead, The lawyers were dead, the judges were dead, and every earthly appetite might as well be fed before the swelling came. Towns also turned on their animals. Suspicion fell on anything that moved between houses, and city after city ordered the killing of dogs and cats, thousands of them clubbed and drowned by municipal hire, on the reasoning that they carried the poison on their fur from the sick to the well. And the measure sits in the records as one of history's bleaker ironies, since every cat killed was a rat catcher removed from duty in the middle of a rat-borne epidemic. Nobody knew. The chain from rat to flea to man stayed invisible for another 5.5 centuries, until researchers in the 1890s finally caught the bacterium and traced the flea, meaning that every measure taken against the Black Death, every regulation, every bonfire, every slaughtered cat was aimed in the dark. And then a third response appeared, out in the German lands and the Low Countries, and it turned into a mass movement that frightened the authorities of Europe almost as much as the plague did. They were called the Flagellants, the Brethren of the Cross, and if you'd been standing in a German market square in 1349, you might have heard them before you saw them, hymns sung by hundreds of voices coming up the road. They marched in long columns 2 by 2, in white robes marked front and back with red crosses, men from every social class, and when they reached the square of a town, they would form a great circle, strip to the waist, and begin the ritual. Each man carried a scourge, a wooden handle with 3 or 4 leather thongs, and knotted into the thongs were sharp iron spikes. And in rhythm, chanting, they whipped themselves and each other across the back and chest until the blood ran freely down their bodies, and then they kept going, driving the iron into flesh that was already torn, sometimes so deep that witnesses said the spikes stuck and had to be wrenched out. A friar named Henry of Hereford watched them work and wrote that a man would need a heart of stone to watch it without weeping. Townspeople sobbed and groaned around the circle, and some gathered close for a darker reason. Froissart records that women pressed in with cloths to soak up the spraying blood, believing it holy, and smeared it on their eyes, on their faces, treating the blood of the penitents as a relic with power against the pestilence. The performances ran on a fixed schedule, 33.5 days of marching and public scourging, 1 day for each year of Christ's life. And then the band moved to the next town and the next, gathering recruits and gathering something else too, a swelling contempt for the actual church. Flagellant preachers began claiming their own blood ritual could absolve sin, no priest required. They interrupted services, stoned clergy who objected, and in several places the marching columns turned into mobs, and the mobs went looking for someone to blame for the mortality. Clement VI condemned the whole movement in a formal bull in October of 1349, ordering the columns dispersed, and secular rulers across the continent broke them up with force, and by 1350 the movement had mostly collapsed. But by then the mobs had already found their target, and we've arrived at the ugliest part of this entire story. The accusation started somewhere in the south of France and Savoy in 1348 and spread faster than the plague itself. The wells, people said, were poisoned. The mortality was no act of God at all, but a crime, a vast coordinated conspiracy, and the conspirators were the Jews. The charge made no logical sense on any level. Jewish communities were dying of the plague alongside everyone else and drank from the same wells. But terror is not a logician, and the accusation offered the one thing the astrologers and the physicians couldn't: an enemy with a face. In the autumn of 1348, officials at the castle of Chillon on Lake Geneva put arrested Jews to torture. And under torture, people say what stops the pain, and so confessions duly appeared, detailed ones, naming poisons, naming accomplices in other cities, and written copies of those confessions were sent out to the towns of the Rhineland like a virus of paper, arriving in city after city just ahead of the disease itself. The reaction followed the paper. In January of 1349, the city of Basel rounded up its Jewish community, built a wooden house on an island in the Rhine, herded them inside, and burned the building with the people in it. That same month, Freiburg, and on the 14th of February, 1349, Valentine's Day, the city of Strasbourg carried out the largest of all the massacres, and the plague had not even reached Strasbourg yet. The city's own account, written by a chronicler of the town, describes it flatly. The Jews were seized, marched to their own cemetery, and there, on a huge wooden scaffold built for the purpose, they were burned alive. The number given is about 2,000 people. On the way to the fire, the mob stripped them of their clothing, searching the garments for money, and the chronicler adds that some found cash in the seams. Children were pulled out of the flames by townsfolk willing to spare them if they accepted baptism, torn from their burning parents. And then the debts the city's Christians owed to Jewish moneylenders were declared void, and the pawned goods and the cash were divided up, some distributed among the working men of the town. The chronicler himself, a priest, closed his account with a sentence of cold clarity that the money was the poison that killed the Jews, and that if they had been poor, and if the nobles had not been in their debt, they would not have been burned. He was there. That was his verdict on his own city. Mainz held the largest Jewish community in Europe, and in August of 1349, when the mob came, some of the community fought back with weapons in the streets, killing a number of their attackers, and the reprisal consumed the whole quarter, with deaths in the thousands, and accounts describe families setting fire to their own homes and dying inside them, rather than fall into the hands of the crowd. A choice that had precedent in the massacres of the Crusade era, and needed no explanation to anyone who saw the alternative. Erfurt, Cologne, Worms, Speyer, town after town down the map of the empire, more than 300 communities attacked or annihilated in about 2 years. And the record shows that the men in charge knew perfectly well what the truth was. Pope Clement from Avignon issued 2 formal bulls in 1348 defending the Jews, pointing out in plain language that the plague was killing Jews just as it killed Christians, and that it raged in lands where no Jews lived at all. And he ordered clergy to protect Jewish communities, and declared that anyone joining the massacres was excommunicated. The emperor and various city councils made similar noises. Almost none of it stopped anything. The mobs burned who they wanted to burn, and in many towns the councils and guilds joined in or stood aside, and the property changed hands, and afterward the plague came to those towns anyway and killed with total indifference to what had been done in its name. Whole regions of Jewish life in the Rhineland, communities that had existed for centuries, ended in those 2 years, and the survivors drifted east toward Poland, whose king offered protection, and the center of gravity of European Jewish life shifted eastward for the next 600 years. All of it downstream of a rumor about wells. The pestilence burned through its fuel by 1351 and 52 and subsided, and the survivors climbed out of the wreckage and began to discover what sort of world was left. A strange one is the short answer. Labor was scarce and land was cheap, so wages shot upward and rents fell. And for the first time in centuries, the ordinary working person of Europe had leverage. Peasants renegotiated their obligations or simply walked off to a better manor. Governments panicked at the sight of ploughmen demanding triple pay, and England passed the Statute of Labourers in 1351, hard on the heels of a royal ordinance to the same effect, freezing wages at pre-plague levels, requiring the able-bodied to accept work at the old rates, and punishing employers who paid over scale, along with labourers who took the money, with offenders fined, set in the stocks, and, under the harshest later revisions, branded on the forehead. The law failed comprehensively, and the resentment it generated simmered for a generation and helped fuel the Great Peasant Rising of 1381. Survivors also, bluntly, inherited. So much property cascaded down through so many dead relatives that ordinary families found themselves suddenly propertied, and preachers grumbled for decades about labourers wearing furs and peasants' wives in silk. Out of the disaster came institutions we still live inside. The port of Ragusa, modern Dubrovnik, enacted a law in 1377 requiring ships and travellers from plague-touched places to wait in isolation for 30 days before entering. A Trentino, vessels riding at anchor within sight of the harbour while the town watched for fever aboard. And when the period was later stretched to 40 days, 40 giorni, the practice acquired the name it still carries, quarantine. Venice went further and built permanent isolation hospitals on its lagoon islands, the Lazarettos, the first of them on an island whose church of Santa Maria di Nazareth gave the institution its name. Nazaretum, sliding into Lazaretto in Venetian mouths, helped along by Lazarus, the beggar saint of the diseased, so that the word carried both the place and the patron, and from Venice it entered every European language that ever needed a building to put the infected in. Health boards, bills of mortality, border health passes, the entire skeleton of public health administration, all of it was assembled by frightened Italian city councils in the aftermath of the mortality, and the plague itself never really left, a detail the popular version of this story tends to drop. 1348 was only the first wave. It came back in 1361, and this second pestilence had a trait the chroniclers found almost unbearable. It fell hardest on children, on the generation born since the first wave who carried no immunity at all, and it became known in England as the mortality of children. Chroniclers of that wave dwell on the age of the dead, the burials running small, and on the households rebuilt after the first wave, losing, in a single season, the children born since, families emptied a second time. Then another wave in 1369, then the 1370s, the 80s, the 90s, roughly once a decade, sometimes more often for more than 300 years. Every person born in Europe between 1350 and 1670 could expect to live through several visitations of plague, to know it the way we know influenza seasons, except that each visitation might take a tenth or a fifth of the town. European population didn't climb back to its pre-1348 level for roughly 2 centuries. Generations of children grew up drawing skeletons, dancing skeletons, the dance of death painted on charnel house walls, kings and popes and ploughmen all holding hands with corpses in the round, and that obsession with the grinning dead which saturates late medieval art amounts to reportage. Living inside that rhythm changed how people arranged their lives in ways the documents let us watch. Wills, for one. The notarial registers of Italian and English towns show will-making surging with every wave, ordinary artisans and widows putting their affairs in writing at the first rumor of pestilence in the region, and the wills themselves shift over the generations. More masses endowed for the testator's soul, more money for charnel chapels and hospital beds. An entire economy of remembrance swelling on plague money. Marriage records show the other side, the great remarrying that followed every visitation. Widows and widowers pairing off within months, sometimes weeks, households recombining out of fragments, and the birth registers spike right behind them. Each wave of dying followed by a wave of weddings and cradles, the population clawing back some of what the pestilence took before the next wave came to take it over. Preachers found the speed of the remarrying scandalous. Demographers find it human. Both were watching the same thing. A society that had stopped assuming permanence, learning to rebuild fast because rebuilding fast had become a survival skill. And one fact would have stunned every survivor of 1348, had any of them known it. This exact organism had already done all of this to Europe once before, 800 years earlier, in a pandemic whose memory had faded so completely that the people of the 14th century faced the great mortality, believing nothing like it had ever happened in the history of the world. Same bacterium, same collapse. To find it, we go back to the 6th century, to the greatest city on earth, at the moment its emperor was trying to rebuild the Roman Empire, and a ship came in from Egypt. The year is 541. The Western Roman Empire has been dead for 2 generations, but the eastern half is very much alive, ruled from Constantinople by Justinian, a man of enormous energy and even larger ambitions. He has rewritten Roman law into the code that still underlies half the legal systems on earth. He has built the Hagia Sophia, the largest building in the world, its dome hanging over the city like a piece of captured sky, finished barely 4 years earlier. His armies under the general Belisarius have retaken North Africa from the Vandals and are grinding through Italy against the Goths. And for a moment it genuinely looks as though the Roman Empire, the whole thing, might be stitched back together by one man's will. Constantinople at this moment holds perhaps 500,000 people, fed by a giant state-run pipeline of grain ships from Egypt, the same Egyptian grain that had fed Rome for centuries. Hundreds of ships, endless sacks of wheat, and in the sacks, rats, and on the rats, fleas. Constantinople ate Egypt. The capital ran a bread system descended from old Rome's. Subsidized loaves for the citizen body, and behind the loaves stood a state grain fleet on a fixed annual rhythm, sailing out of Alexandria, whose waterfront granaries held the harvest of the Nile Valley like a second city built of wheat. The scale had no rival anywhere on earth, thousands of tons moving every season, and the whole apparatus, the pride of Roman administration, doubled as a disease corridor of genius, warm, dark holds, spilled grain in every seam of every hull, rats breeding among the sacks, ports serviced on schedule, the entire route aimed directly at the largest concentration of human beings in the Mediterranean world. Plague could not have asked for a better road into the heart of the empire. The first reports came from the town of Pelusium, on the eastern edge of the Nile Delta, in the summer of 541, of a strange mortality with swellings in the groin. From Pelusium it split like a wave hitting a rock, west toward Alexandria, the greatest port of the empire, and east toward Gaza and Palestine, and everywhere it touched the grain routes, it traveled with them. Through that autumn and winter it worked along the coasts, and in the spring of 542 it came up the sea lanes into the harbours of Constantinople itself. We know what happened next in extraordinary detail, because two men of very different temperaments lived through it in the city, and both wrote it down. One was Procopius of Caesarea, the great secular historian of the age, a lawyer attached to the imperial court, dry and precise. The other was John of Ephesus, a Syriac churchman who watched the whole thing through the lens of Scripture and wrote like a man staring at the end of days. When a skeptic and a mystic describe the same events, and their accounts agree on the substance, historians sit up straight. Procopius opens his account with a line that would have fit 1348 without changing a word, that during these times there was a pestilence by which the whole human race came near to being annihilated, and he says plainly that it spared no place where human beings lived, however remote the island or the mountain ridge. Then, being Procopius, he gets clinical. The disease began with a sudden low fever, so mild that neither the sick person nor any physician who felt their pulse expected danger. Many went about their business. And then, on the first day for some, the second for others, the swelling appeared, in the groin, in the armpit, beside the ears, on the thighs. The bubo, the same bubo. From that point, he says, the disease diverged wildly from person to person, and his catalogue of the ways it could go is as unsettling a passage as ancient literature contains. Some victims fell into a deep coma, forgetting everyone they knew, sleeping constantly, and if anyone roused them to eat, they would eat without waking properly. and some, neglected, starved to death in their sleep. Others went the opposite way, into a violent delirium tormented by hallucinations, seeing phantoms standing over them, screaming that men were coming to kill them, and these had to be restrained by force. Attendants wrestled with raving patients around the clock, and Procopius notes with his characteristic dry sympathy that everyone pitied the sick. But everyone pitied the attendants just as much, because the work destroyed them. Some patients threw themselves out of windows. Some ran to the sea and hurled themselves into the water, driven by the delusions or by pain past bearing. Women miscarried and died. Some victims' buboes swelled until they turned gangrenous and the patients died in terrible pain, and some broke out in black blisters the size of a lentil across their bodies, and those, Procopius says, did not survive even a single day. Others vomited blood without warning, and that too meant immediate death. And then, capping all of it, the randomness. Physicians could not tell who would live and who would die. Cases that looked mild killed, cases that looked hopeless recovered. When buboes swelled to great size and burst open, running with pus, the patient usually survived, the suppuration somehow draining the disease, and doctors began cutting into buboes to force the discharge, and inside them they found strange growths of carbuncled flesh. Nothing predicted anything. Bathing helped some and killed others. Every treatment worked somewhere and failed somewhere else. The best minds of the empire concluded, in Procopius's flat summary, that the only cause anyone could honestly name was God. The mortality in the city ran for 4 months, with the worst of it lasting about 3. And the curve Procopius sketches is exponential and horrifying. At first, the deaths were only slightly above normal, then 5,000 a day, then 10,000, and then, he says, still more than that. John of Ephesus, counting in his own way, reports days of 12,000 and 16,000 dead, and he tells us the government actually tried to keep a tally, stationing men at the harbour gates to count the corpses being carried out, and the count passed 230,000, and then the counters gave up and stopped counting. And after that the dead went out of the city without number. Whatever the true figures, the city's capacity to process death was annihilated within weeks. Every tomb filled, every cemetery filled, households died entire, and corpses lay in the streets because no one remained alive in the house to carry them out, or no one dared. Bread grew scarce because the bakers were dying, and John describes people dying not of the plague itself, but of hunger and neglect in a city, drowning in food from the imperial granaries, because the distribution system was made of human beings, and the human beings were dead. People took to wearing name tags when they left home, little identifiers tied to the arm or neck, so that if they dropped in the street, someone would know which family, which house, where to send what was left. Going out for bread meant dressing for your own funeral, just in case. Justinian did what governments do. He assigned a competent official and a budget. The man was Theodore, one of the emperor's referendaries, and the emergency corps he assembled, paid from the imperial purse, took over the disposal of the dead when private burial collapsed. Theodore's men dug vast pits across the Golden Horn at Psyche, on the far shore from the city proper, and the accounts claim each pit could take tens of thousands of bodies, and the corpses were ferried across the water and packed in, and the diggers, John says, stood in the pits treading the bodies down like a man treading grapes, trampling layer after layer flat to make room for more. And then the pits were full, and the crews, running out of ground, looked up at the fortification towers of Psyche and had an idea that has echoed down history ever since. They climbed the towers, tore off the roofs, and filled the towers with the dead. Body after body dropped down inside the stone shells, packed to the top, and the roofs put back on. The towers of the city, its proud defences, converted into vertical mass graves in plain sight of the capital, and Constantinople paid for that solution every time the wind shifted. Procopius says an evil stench pervaded the city whenever the breeze blew in from that quarter, and John describes it as a thick, unbearable rot rolling across the water into the streets. Months of it, the city's own dead exhaled back over the living. Other bodies were loaded onto ships, whole holds heaped with corpses, and the ships were rowed out and abandoned to drift, or the cargo tipped into the sea, and for weeks the currents brought some of them home again, bodies washing back against the sea walls of the city that had tried to send them away. John of Ephesus had watched the mortality before it ever reached the capital, because he happened to be traveling from Egypt north through Palestine and Syria while the wave moved in the same direction, and his road journal runs like a tour of an emptying world. Villages where every inhabitant lay dead among the houses, no one to bury them, the corpses swollen and split open in the heat, and no living thing moving except the animals feeding on what remained. Fields ready for harvest with no harvesters alive, grain standing white and bending back into the earth. Houses along the road that travelers learned to identify by smell before they saw them. Ships found at sea drifting on the current, boarded by other crews, and discovered to be manned entirely by the dead, every sailor at his post or in his bunk, the vessel sailing itself. And running underneath all his reporting, a personal terror he admits openly, that he and his companions kept moving day after day, believing the mortality was behind them, and it kept arriving wherever they arrived, and they lived like men being followed. He framed everything in the language of the prophets, the winepress of the wrath of God, and honestly, given what he was looking at, the language fits about as well as any. Inside the capital, while the pits filled, daily life inverted itself in ways Procopius catalogues with the fascination of a man who never expected to see any of it. The streets of the busiest city on earth went empty. Work stopped, all of it. The courts, the workshops, the markets, until, he says, in a city stuffed with grain, a genuine famine of bread ran wild, because harvesting, milling and baking are done by people, and the people were dying, hiding, or hauling corpses. Anyone still healthy stayed home tending their sick, and the ones you did see in public were carrying bodies. Even the city's famous vices shut down. Constantinople's chariot factions, the Blues and the Greens, spent normal years in a state of low-grade street war with each other, brawling, rioting, occasionally burning down half the city, and during the mortality they simply stopped. Enemies laying aside a feud that riots and massacres had never interrupted because both sides were busy burying. And, Procopius adds, with the driest sentence in his whole account, men whose lives had been wicked turned devout in the panic, renounced their pleasures, took up piety in the streets, and then, the moment the dying slackened and they judged themselves safe, swung straight back to worse than before. The plague, he essentially shrugs, improved nobody for long. A boy named Evagrius was in school at Antioch when the first wave came through in 542, and he caught it. The buboes came, and the fever, and the child survived. One of the lucky fraction, carrying his immunity forward into a long life as a lawyer and church historian. And then he watched the plague come back and back for the rest of that life, and near the end of it he sat down and counted what the recurrences had taken from him personally. His wife, a daughter, and that daughter's child. Other children of his, a grandson, servants of his household, and members of his country estates, wave after wave, each visitation reaching into his family and pulling out someone else across more than 50 years. So that the disease that spared him as a schoolboy spent the next half-century working through the people he loved in installments. He wrote that as he was writing, in his 58th year, the plague had returned to Antioch yet again, and it had just taken the grandson. No other source puts the 2-century rhythm of this pandemic into a single human frame like that. One man's lifetime as a ledger, survival at 9, and then a long schedule of funerals, and the thing still out there, still circling back as he set down the count in old age. And then the disease reached the top of the world. Justinian himself, the emperor, the most protected man alive, developed the swelling in his groin. Word of it moved through the empire faster than any courier, because the political implications were immediate and huge. Justinian had no son. If he died, the succession was open, and out on the eastern frontier, where the field armies sat facing Persia, a group of senior generals held a private conversation about what they would and would not accept in a successor, declaring they would never recognize an emperor chosen in Constantinople without the army's say. Ordinary succession politics, except that the emperor didn't die. He lay sick for weeks while his wife, the Empress Theodora, effectively ran the empire, and Theodora was a woman with a long memory and an intelligence network. And when Justinian recovered, the general's frontier conversation was reported to the palace, essentially word for word. Two of the men involved were summoned, stripped of their commands, and one of them was Belisarius, the greatest soldier of the age, the conqueror of Africa and Italy, who now had his household guard confiscated, his fortune sequestered, and his career broken for the crime of discussing, while the emperor lay under a plague bubo, what might come next. He was eventually restored, partially, but the humiliation stuck. The plague nearly took the emperor's life, and then, through the fear it generated, took his best generals standing instead. Procopius, who had served on Belisarius's staff and watched the whole affair, took his revenge in ink. Alongside his official histories, he kept a private manuscript, unpublishable in his lifetime, the book we call The Secret History, and in it he let himself say what he actually thought of the reign, tallying the wars, the disasters and the pestilence of Justinian's years, and proposing more than half seriously that a ruler under whom so much of mankind had perished could hardly have been a man at all, passing along palace rumors that the emperor was a demon in human shape, that servants had seen him pacing the halls at night without his head. The most polished historian of the age, driven by grief and disgust to write, in a locked drawer, that his emperor was a headless demon. Catastrophes on this scale do things to the people who survive them, and not all of the damage shows up in the burial pits. Justinian survived and became, in his recovery, a walking rarity, and his empire came out of the epidemic hollowed in ways that took decades to fully show. The armies could not fill their ranks, and the wars in Italy, which had been close to won, stalled and curdled into a 15-year grind that wrecked the peninsula more thoroughly than any barbarian ever had. Tax revenue collapsed because taxpayers had collapsed, and the government's response became notorious. John of Ephesus records with disgust that the imperial fisc continued to demand the taxes owed by the dead, extracting them from surviving neighbors and relatives, so that a farmer who had buried his whole village found himself billed for its obligations. The coinage was clipped and lightened, building projects stopped. And in 544, Justinian issued a law that could have been drafted in London in 1351, complaining that in the aftermath of the chastening sent by God's goodness, workmen, artisans, and laborers had given themselves over to avarice and were demanding double and triple the old wages, and commanding that all pay revert to pre-plague levels on pain of penalty. 8 centuries apart, two governments watched a mass death hand bargaining power to the people at the bottom, and both reached for the same tool, a law ordering the survivors to pretend the dying had never happened, and both laws failed for the same reason. You cannot legislate scarcity out of existence. Dead workers do not come back because a statute names their old wage. And out along the fringes, in Gaul, in Spain, in the British Isles, the same wave was breaking with local force. Gregory of Tours, writing in Gaul a generation later, describes the plague's repeated visitations to the cities of Francia, and he preserves one number that puts the scale in a single room. During an outbreak at Clermont, he says, on a single Sunday, 300 corpses were counted lying in one basilica alone. One church, one morning, 300 dead awaiting burial in front of the altar. He describes the wealthy city of Marseille, repeatedly seeded by ships from the Mediterranean, an early rehearsal of everything the 14th century would suffer, and far to the northwest, the annals of Ireland and Wales record their own visitations of the mortality within a decade, monastic communities on the very edge of the known world dying of a disease that had started in the rats of Egyptian grain barges. The Welsh and Irish traditions remember a yellow plague sweeping the British kingdoms in the 540s, and among the deaths they record is Maelgwn, King of Gwynedd, one of the most powerful rulers in Britain, said in the tradition to have shut himself inside a church to hide from the pestilence, and to have died there anyway, the king who locked the door and lost. And when the second great wave rolled back over Constantinople itself in 558, the historian Agathias, picking up where Procopius left off, noticed something about its victims that unsettled him, that this time the dying fell heaviest on the young men, the city's soldiers and workers in their prime, as though the disease were harvesting precisely the generation that had grown up since the first visitation, which, in the cold logic of immunity, is exactly what it was doing. The survivors of 542 carried their protection. Their sons had none, and the recurrences left scars beyond the graves. John of Ephesus preserves an account from the city of Amida in Mesopotamia, hit repeatedly by plague and war within a generation, where, in the aftermath, a madness swept through the surviving population, people falling into frenzies in the streets, howling and biting, behaving, in the description that survives, like dogs and like the possessed, a whole city's sanity buckling after years of siege, famine and pestilence stacked on one another. Modern eyes see collective trauma doing what collective trauma does. John's contemporaries saw demons taking an emptied city. Either way, it stands in the record as a warning about what these body counts leave out, that a pandemic's survivors are not the same people who walked into it, and some of what it takes cannot be buried. The first wave receded in 542 and 43, and then it did exactly what its descendant would do 800 years later. It came back. Every 10 or 15 or 20 years, a fresh wave for 2 centuries. Modern historians count somewhere around 15 to 18 distinct recurrences between 541 and roughly 750, hitting Constantinople alone many times, hammering Syria, Egypt, Italy, Gaul, generation after generation, each wave finding the children born since the last one. And then, in the middle of the 8th century, it stopped. Vanished from Europe and the Mediterranean entirely, for reasons nobody has ever fully explained. Rodent ecology, climate, mutation, shifts in trade, all of it argued, none of it settled, and Europe entered 600 years of freedom from plague, long enough for the very memory of the disease to fade into a few lines in old chronicles, so that when it returned in 1347, it returned to a continent that had forgotten it existed. How many died in the Justinianic pandemic, all waves included, is an open fight among historians. The traditional view, built on Procopius and John and the other sources, put the toll across 2 centuries at something like 25 to 50 million, up to a quarter or more of the population of the Mediterranean world, and credited the plague with breaking the back of Justinian's restoration, softening both the Roman and Persian empires for the Arab conquests that followed in the 630s, and helping tip the ancient world over into the medieval one. More recently, a group of scholars has pushed back hard, pointing out that outside the big narrative sources, the trail goes surprisingly quiet, that papyri, coins, and land records don't all show the collapse you'd expect, that pollen evidence from some regions shows farming carrying on, and that our 2 star witnesses both stood at the epicenter in Constantinople, where the dying was worst, and wrote the whole Mediterranean in the image of what they saw from their own windows. On that view, the pandemic was real and locally apocalyptic, but uneven, devastating here, glancing there. The bones, at least, have closed one old argument. Ancient DNA teased out of 6th century graves in Bavaria, in England, and in a mass grave at Jerash in Jordan, has confirmed Yersinia pestis, the same species, an earlier branch of the same family tree as the Kyrgyzstan strain. The scale is argued. The killer is identified, and whichever camp turns out closer to the truth, the view from inside, from the streets Procopius and John walked, was of a world ending, towers packed with corpses, and an emperor with a bubo in his groin, while his generals quietly divided up the future. Plague, in both its great pandemics, worked in waves. It arrived, it slaughtered, it withdrew, and the survivors could at least tell themselves it had passed. The next disease on our list never gave anyone that comfort. It moved into a human body and stayed for decades, dismantling its host one nerve at a time, and it moved into European society the same way, settling in for 300 years. And the response it provoked, the machinery Europe built around its victims, is one of the most chilling social institutions of the entire Middle Ages. We're talking about leprosy, and before we get to the rituals and the lazar houses, you need to know what the disease actually does, because the medieval accounts barely needed to exaggerate. The truth was already sufficient. Leprosy is caused by a bacterium called Mycobacterium leprae, a cousin of tuberculosis, and it's one of the slowest acting pathogens that attacks human beings. It divides at a crawl, and the gap between infection and the first visible symptom can run 5 years, 10, even 20. A person could carry it through half a lifetime without knowing, which in a medieval context meant that the disease seemed to come from nowhere, striking the pious and the wicked alike, a mark appearing on a body in midlife with no traceable cause, and you can see how that fed straight into the belief that it was sent, chosen, a judgment addressed to one particular soul. What the bacterium actually prefers is the cooler tissue of the body, the skin, and above all the peripheral nerves, the wiring that runs close to the surface in the hands, the feet, and the face. It colonizes those nerves and destroys them, and almost everything horrifying about leprosy flows from that one fact. The disease's cruelest weapon is numbness. Trace what that means in a 14th century village. A farmer loses sensation in his feet, so gradually he barely registers it. He walks miles a day on stony ground, and now every stone bruise, every thorn, every blister goes unfelt and untreated, and small wounds on a foot that cannot feel become deep ulcers, and the ulcers reach the bone, and the bone becomes infected, and over years the infected bone is eaten away and resorbed, and the foot literally shortens and collapses. His hands go the same way. A numb hand grips a scalding pot without flinching. It picks up the wrong end of a tool. At night, and this detail turns up in the medical literature of leprosy across the centuries, rats and mice gnaw at the insensate fingers and toes of sleeping victims who feel nothing and wake to find the damage. The fingers curl inward as the nerve damage paralyzes the small muscles, drawing the hand into a rigid claw. And then, joint by joint, through injury and infection and resorption, the fingers are worn away, absorbed, lost. The old image of extremities simply dropping off compresses a slower process. And if anything, the slower version is harder to hear about, the body consuming and blunting its own furthest points over years because it can no longer feel them well enough to protect them. The face suffered its own version of the siege. The bacterium thrives in the cool cartilage of the nose, and over years it destroys the nasal structure from the inside until the bridge collapses inward, leaving the flattened saddle profile that medieval examiners knew as an unmistakable sign. The skin of the face thickens into folds and nodules, the eyebrows and eyelashes fall out completely, the earlobes swell and hang, and the combined effect, the thickened brow, the lost lashes, the corrugated skin, gave physicians their term for the late-stage face, leonine, the face of a lion. The voice went too, roughening to a hoarse rasp as the disease invaded the larynx, so that advanced sufferers were recognizable by sound as well as sight. And one of the crueler details in the whole clinical picture involves the eyes. The nerve that operates the blink can be destroyed, leaving eyes that cannot fully close, and an eye that cannot blink dries out, ulcerates, scars over, and goes blind. So the end point of untreated leprosy, the destination the disease was always moving toward, was a person without fingers, walking on ruined feet, faceless in the old sense of the word, features effaced, voice a whisper, and blind and still alive, because leprosy itself rarely killed directly. It could take 30 years to do all this, and it did all of it to a conscious, feeling, thinking human being who watched each stage arrive. Medieval Europe had this disease everywhere. Skeletons tell the story now better than the chronicles do. Excavated cemeteries from Britain to Scandinavia turn up the characteristic bone changes, the eroded eye sockets and nasal openings, the resorbed finger and toe bones, and at some ordinary parish cemeteries, the marks appear on several % of all skeletons, meaning the visible late-stage cases alone were a regular feature of every community, with the hidden early cases on top of that. The peak ran from roughly the 11th century through the 14th, the exact centuries when Europe's towns were swelling and trade and pilgrimage and crusade were mixing populations at a new pace. And DNA pulled from medieval leprosy graves has shown that the medieval strains are essentially the same organism infecting people today. The disease hasn't softened. Everything that changed in us, in nutrition, in housing, in the crowding of bodies, and in the arrival of other diseases that culled the susceptible. Being diagnosed was a legal event, arguably the most consequential legal event of a person's life short of a death sentence, and communities treated it with corresponding formality. Suspects, often reported by neighbors, were brought before examination panels, and depending on the town, these might include physicians, barbers, priests, and, in a detail I find fascinating, experienced lepers themselves, brought in from the local leper house as expert witnesses on their own disease, on the logic that no one knew its signs better than the people living inside it. The examiners checked for the marks, the nodules, the pale, insensate patches of skin, and they tested sensation directly, pricking suspect patches with needles and watching the face for a reaction that didn't come. Numbness condemned. A body that could not feel the pin was a body the disease had claimed. And people fought these verdicts, appealed them, paid for second examinations in distant cities, because everyone understood what came after a confirmation. Some people, though, fought in the opposite direction. Records survive of the desperate poor attempting to be declared lepers, faking or exaggerating symptoms, because a confirmed leper was entitled to alms and, with luck, a bed in a leper house, meaning the diagnosis that stripped you of everything also came with food and shelter. And for someone starving in a ditch, social death with dinner could look better than freedom without it. The examiners had folk diagnostics beyond the needle, and the manuals preserved them in strange detail. Some instructed the examiner to study a drop of the suspect's blood, testing its grain and texture against salt or vinegar, on the theory that leprous blood behaved differently, and others catalogued the voice, the breath, the look of the earlobes, the loss of the outer third of the eyebrows, a checklist of the body assembled over centuries of watching. The disease was widely believed to pass through bloodlines as well as breath, tainted generations, which put the families of the diagnosed under a shadow of their own, and it forced the church to rule on the hardest domestic question the diagnosis raised: marriage. Local practice often treated the marriage as finished the day the poll came off, and yet the popes, pressed on the question in the 12th century, answered with a ruling that startles people today: that leprosy did not dissolve a marriage, that the healthy spouse remained bound, and was in fact encouraged to follow the sick one and continue rendering the duties of marriage. And you can find both realities in the records: spouses who took the ruling seriously and moved to the edge of the leper house to stay near a husband or wife, and spouses who took the local custom and the inheritance and moved on. The Great Church Council of 1179 tried to soften the exiles' religious plight at least, ruling that where lepers gathered in numbers, they should be allowed their own churches, their own priests, and their own cemeteries, formalizing the parallel world, a whole shadow parish system for the officially dead. And civic fear kept its own counterweight to all that charity. In 1346, 2 years before the Black Death made landfall, King Edward III ordered the lepers of London expelled from the city, citing the danger of their breath and their contact with the healthy, out through the gates, into the suburbs and the roads. The capital scrubbing itself of its sick on the eve of a catastrophe that would make leprosy look, within 30 months, like a manageable problem. What came after confirmation in many parts of Europe was a ceremony, and I'm going to walk you through it in full. Nothing else quite like it exists in the history of any institution. It appears in surviving service books and diocesan manuals with local variations, and it's a funeral held for a living person, with the living person in attendance as the corpse. The leper was brought to the church, in some rites walked in procession while a priest chanted the office of the dead, the same texts sung over coffins. Inside, the leper knelt, and in some versions of the rite lay down and was covered with a black pall, the cloth draped over coffins, and the requiem mass was sung above them while they breathed under the fabric, listening to their own funeral. Then the procession moved to the churchyard, to the cemetery, to an open grave or a symbolic patch of ground, and the priest took earth from the cemetery and cast it onto the leper's feet, or in some rites over their head, saying words recorded in the old manuals, "Be dead to the world and alive again unto God." Some versions had the priest speak with a gentleness that reaches through the centuries, telling the sufferer to bear this exile patiently, that God had not cast them off, that in being set apart from the world they were being drawn nearer to him. And then, gentleness concluded, came the list. The priest recited the prohibitions one by one to the person kneeling in the dirt of their own grave. I forbid you ever to enter a church, a monastery, a fair, a mill, a market, or any assembly of people. I forbid you to wash your hands or anything about you in spring or stream. I forbid you to go out without your leper's dress, that you may be recognized. I forbid you to touch anything you would buy until it is yours. Point instead with your rod or wand. I forbid you to enter any tavern. I forbid you to touch the rim or the rope of a well without your gloves. I forbid you to touch children or to give them anything. I forbid you to eat or drink from any vessel but your own. I forbid you, if you go on the road and meet any person who speaks to you, to answer before you put yourself below the wind of them. Downwind, the law itself instructing a human being to position their body so their breath could never drift across another person again. And when the list was done, the person under the black cloth stood up legally dead. Marriage effectively ended in practice, property passing to heirs, standing in court extinguished in many jurisdictions, and walked out of the churchyard into whatever came next, wearing the prescribed dress, carrying the prescribed warning instrument, a wooden clapper or a bell. The clapper deserves a moment of its own, a flat wooden board with hinged strikers, shaken to produce a dry, hard clacking, and that sound became part of the acoustic landscape of medieval Europe for 3 centuries. Down a country road, around the bend, before you saw anything you heard it, clack, clack, clack. And everyone from small children to old men knew exactly what it meant and stepped off the road into ditches behind hedges while the figure passed, hooded, gloved, face wrapped or bared depending on the stage, one hand working the clapper, the other holding out a begging bowl or a cup at the end of a long pole, because that was the permitted method of receiving charity, at pole's length. Downwind. Some towns barred lepers from entering at all except on set days. Some barred them from touching public infrastructure, from leaning on the well, from handling market goods. And in the walls of some surviving medieval churches you can still find a narrow slanted opening cut through the masonry at an angle toward the altar. Openings antiquarians called leper squints, through which, tradition holds, the excluded could stand outside in the weather and watch the elevation of the host through a slot in a stone wall, present at the Mass in the only way the rules allowed, as an eye at a hole. And yet, and this is where the medieval mind refuses to simplify for us, the same society that built all of that also knelt down and washed these people's feet. The disease carried a double meaning that ran through everything. In one register, leprosy was preached as the wages of sin, corruption of the soul made visible, and preachers used it that way constantly. In another register, drawn from the book of Job and from the figure of Lazarus the beggar covered in sores, the leper was Christ's special sufferer, a soul undergoing purgatory in this life rather than the next, whose prayers had unusual weight, whose patience was holy, and whom Christ himself had touched, in violation of the same purity codes, when every other hand recoiled. Kings and queens performed that touch as devotion. Queen Matilda of England, wife of Henry I, brought lepers into her own chamber, washed their feet with her hands and kissed their sores. And when her brother, a future king of Scotland, recoiled and asked what her husband would think if he knew where her lips had been, she answered that the feet of the eternal king were preferable to the lips of a mortal one. Bishops endowed leper houses out of their own fortunes. Ordinary townspeople left them bequests in wills at a remarkable rate. The same street that emptied at the sound of the clapper filled the begging bowl. Fear and reverence, both at full strength, aimed at the same rapt figure at the edge of town, and if that combination seems impossible to hold in one head, the Middle Ages held it for 300 years. The physical expression of that double attitude was the leper house, the leprosarium, the Lazar house, named for Lazarus, and Europe built them on a scale that's hard to believe until you see the numbers. One 13th century figure quoted by historians of the subject put the count across Christendom at around 19,000 houses, with some 2,000 in France alone, and England, a much smaller country, founded at least 320 of them between the Norman conquest and the mid-14th century. 19,000 institutions for a single disease. Most were small, a chapel, a hall, a garden, a cluster of huts outside the town gates, positioned by preference downwind of the town and often beside the main road, deliberately, so that travellers would pass close enough to give alms. Life inside ran on a quasi-monastic rule, hours of prayer, obedience to a master or keeper, chastity, communal meals for those still able, and the inmates earned their keep in the currency the Middle Ages valued most, intercession. The founders' documents spell it out. The lepers were to pray daily for the souls of the founder and his family, and since the lepers were understood to be suffering their purgatory here and now, their prayers were premium goods. A well-run Lazar house functioned as an engine of prayer on the edge of town, staffed by the dying, working for the dead, and paid for by the healthy hedging their afterlives. Conditions varied enormously. Some houses were decently funded and kept gardens and pigs and clean linen. Others were miserable hovels dependent on the begging bowl, and admission itself could be competitive, with entry fees at the better houses and all of it. The entire 19,000 house network ran for centuries on the assumption that the disease would always be there. Day to day, life inside one of these houses ran on a rule you can still study, because many survive in writing and they show a strange hybrid of hospital, monastery, and open-air prison. Inmates rose for prayers in the night and again through the day, the hours of the office marking time exactly as they did for monks. Meals, portions, and even ale allowances were fixed, and the statutes go into loving detail about bread weights and herring on fast days. Silence was enforced at table in the stricter houses. Residents who could still work tended the gardens, the pigs, the poultry, and the house's fields, and the dying were nursed by the less sick, the community caring for its own along the gradient of the disease, the newly arrived, still nearly whole, feeding and washing the far gone, and seeing in every bed they tended the exact road ahead of them, stage by stage, laid out in the bodies of their housemates. Discipline ran on penalties, short rations, beatings in some statutes, and, for the worst offences, the one punishment everyone dreaded, expulsion, because a leper thrown out of the house lost the bed, the bread, the chapel, and the burial plot, and went back to the road and the clapper with a body less able to survive it every year. Some houses allowed married couples to enter together and then required them to live apart. Chastity being the rule, husband and wife under one roof, in adjacent wards, forbidden to touch, growing old and coming apart in parallel. And each house kept its own cemetery, inside the precinct, because the separation held after death too. And when residents were buried, the community that stood around the grave was the only community they had. Every mourner at every funeral carrying the same disease as the person in the ground. The archaeology backs the picture. Excavated leper house cemeteries hold individual graves, dug with care, bodies laid out with the same attention as any parish churchyard. No pits, no disorder, and here and there small tokens in the earth beside them. Evidence that the community of the officially dead buried its members as people, with more visible tenderness in some excavations than the ordinary town cemeteries nearby managed for their poor. I want to give you one leper's story in full. It's the greatest one the Middle Ages produced, and it upends nearly every expectation the rituals we've covered might set up. In the 1170s, in the Crusader kingdom of Jerusalem, the heir to the throne was a boy named Baldwin. His tutor, the historian William of Tyre, left an account of a day when Baldwin was about 9 years old, playing with a group of noble boys, and the game they were playing involved pinching one another on the arms, driving their nails in, seeing who would cry out first. The other boys yelped and flinched. Baldwin didn't. The boys pinched harder. Nothing. William, watching, first took it for courage, the young prince toughing it out, and then he examined the boy's right arm and hand and realized the truth. Baldwin felt nothing at all. The arm was numb, about half of it dead to sensation, and William writes that recognition dawning on him with a dread he could barely put on the page, because he knew, as every educated man knew, what creeping numbness in a child's limb could mean. The physicians were called, the treatments tried, ointments, everything the era had, and nothing helped, and the diagnosis settled over the court like a shroud. The heir of Jerusalem was a leper, and they crowned him anyway. Baldwin IV took the throne at 13 in 1174, with the disease already working through him, and the kingdom he inherited was surrounded, facing the greatest Muslim commander of the age, Saladin, who was unifying Egypt and Syria into a single power with Jerusalem in the middle of it. Everyone, including Baldwin, knew the king was dying by degrees. He spent the time at war. In November of 1177, Saladin invaded the kingdom with a large army, expecting little resistance, and the 16-year-old leper king rode out to meet him with a few hundred knights. A force so outnumbered it looked like a gesture caught Saladin's army strung out and unready at a place called Montgizar and shattered it. Baldwin fought in the battle himself, his ruined right arm useless for a sword, wielding his weapons with what he had left, and Saladin escaped the field on a racing camel and lost the bulk of his army in the retreat. A teenager with a terminal disease had inflicted on the great Saladin one of the worst defeats of his career. And then Baldwin went on ruling for 8 more years, while the disease dismantled him on schedule. The numbness spread. His face began to go, the features thickening and collapsing until, the chroniclers say, he became painful to look upon. His sight failed until he was blind. His hands and feet went until he could neither walk nor hold a rein. And a king who could not ride had his answer ready. He had himself carried to his army in a litter slung between horses, and campaigned that way, blind, faceless, borne on a stretcher at the head of his knights, because his mere presence with the army was understood by both sides to change what the army would dare. In 1183 he had himself carried in that litter to break Saladin's siege of the fortress of Kerak, and Saladin, hearing the leper king was coming in person, withdrew. Baldwin died in the spring of 1185 at 23 or 24 years old, having spent his entire reign dying and having never once lost a major battle. 2 years after his death, the kingdom's army was annihilated at Hattin and Jerusalem fell. Plenty of historians will tell you the kingdom's collapse had structural causes bigger than any one man, and they're right, and it's still hard to miss that the structure held exactly as long as the dying boy did. Baldwin's kingdom also produced the strangest military unit of the Middle Ages, and it grew straight out of the disease. Jerusalem's leper hospital, dedicated to Saint Lazarus, evolved over the 12th century into a religious order of its own, the Order of Saint Lazarus, and its ranks filled through a rule found nowhere else on earth. When a knight of the great crusading orders, a Templar or a Hospitaller, developed leprosy, his order's statutes pointed him towards Saint Lazarus, and so the order became, in part, a brotherhood of fighting men who had the disease, knights in the early and middle stages, still strong enough to ride, now legally dead in Europe and terminally ill in fact, and with nothing whatsoever left to lose. And they kept fighting. Leper Knights of St. Lazarus appear in the military history of the Crusader states through the 1200s, riding to battle as a unit, and their record has a grim consistency to it. At the catastrophic Battle of La Forbie in 1244, where the combined armies of the Crusader states were annihilated, the Order of Saint Lazarus fielded its knights, and every single one of them was killed. The order rebuilt and fought on, and lost heavily at Gaza, and fought on, because for a knight already under sentence from his own body, the calculation of battle ran differently than for anyone else on the field. Chroniclers noticed. Dying men, they observed, do not retreat easily. The order outlived the Crusader states, transplanted to Europe, and drifted over centuries into a charitable institution, and it exists today in various successor forms. A philanthropic order descended from squadrons of terminally ill cavalry. Baldwin got a crown and a litter. The lepers of France, a century and a half later, got something else. And this episode is among the darkest things in this whole video, so brace yourself. In the spring of 1321, in the southwest of France, a rumor ignited, and it will sound familiar from the Black Death section, except this version came 27 years earlier and chose a different target. The lepers, the rumor said, were poisoning the wells and springs of France. The alleged motive shifted with the telling, revenge on the healthy society that had cast them out, or a plot to spread their disease to everyone, so that all of Christendom would become leprous and the lepers would rule it. Under torture, accused lepers confessed to whatever their examiners described, and the confessions grew ornate, secret assemblies of leper leaders, powders compounded of human blood and urine and herbs, and, in the most inflammatory versions, the consecrated host, dried, ground, sewn into weighted rags, and dropped down wells. Then the story mutated, as these stories do, and acquired paymasters. The lepers, the confessions now said, had been hired by the Jews, and the Jews in turn were acting for the Muslim rulers of Granada and Tunis, a grand foreign conspiracy running through the most despised people in the kingdom. In June of 1321, King Philip V, on tour through the region where the panic was hottest, issued an order from Poitiers giving the persecution royal authority. Lepers who confessed to the poisonings were to be burned. Others were to be shut up for life. Local officials across the south had, in many places, already started. At Périgueux that spring, the lepers of the town were arrested and burned. Town after town followed, the chronicles recording lepers seized, tortured, and sent to the fire in groups, men and women both, with one refinement recorded that I'll give you exactly as the sources do. Pregnant women among the condemned were kept until they had delivered their children, and then burned. The children at least were spared for baptism and fostering. Nobody counted the total dead. Historians reckon it in the hundreds at minimum across the affected regions, an entire class of sick people, already ritually declared dead, already stripped of legal personhood, now physically destroyed on the strength of confessions extracted by fire from bodies that in many cases could no longer feel the instruments. And the companion accusation did its own killing. At Chinon, on an island in the river, a pit was dug, and the town's Jews were burned in it, 160 of them by the count that survives, and elsewhere in the kingdom, Jews were killed and mulcted on the same charge, and within a few years the crown had converted the whole affair into fines and confiscations. The treasury collecting the profits of a conspiracy that had existed nowhere outside a torture chamber. 27 years later, when the Black Death arrived and the well-poisoning rumor rose from its shallow grave with a new target, the machinery had already been tested. 1321 was the rehearsal, and then, within a few generations of that bonfire year, leprosy itself began to disappear from Europe. The timing has fascinated historians forever. The decline steepens right around the Black Death, and the explanations on offer stack up without settling. Plague may simply have slaughtered the leprous, concentrated as they were in houses beside the roads, immune-suppressed and malnourished, easy fuel for Yersinia pestis. Rising tuberculosis in the crowding towns may have played a role, TB and leprosy being close cousins, with exposure to one seeming to confer some cross-protection against the other, and TB, the faster killer, may have culled the susceptible before leprosy could claim them. Better bread, better housing, quarantine effects from the Lazar network itself, all argued, none conclusive. Whatever the mechanism, the houses emptied. By the 15th and 16th centuries, Lazar houses across Europe stood with a handful of inmates or none, and their endowments were folded into plague hospitals and almshouses, and the disease retreated to the margins of the continent, lingering in Scandinavia and pockets of Scotland into the modern era. The last of the old British sufferers dying in Edinburgh at the very end of the 1790s, in a world that had almost forgotten what the clapper sounded like. Norway held out longest of all, with thousands of cases still on its rolls into the 1800s, and that stubborn Norwegian persistence produced the disease's final unmasking, because it gave a young physician in Bergen, Gerhard Armauer Hansen, a hospital full of patients to study, and in 1873, staring down a microscope at material from their nodules, he found the rod-shaped bacterium, the first microbe ever identified as the cause of a human disease. The affliction that 1,000 years of Europe had explained as sin, made visible, turned out to be a germ you could see, and it carries his name now, Hansen's disease, in preference to a word that had spent a millennium doubling as a curse. While leprosy worked in decades and plague in days, the next killer on the list split the difference and beat them both for reliability. It came around constantly, it killed about a third of the people it infected, and it branded nearly every survivor for life, so that for centuries you could scan any crowd in Europe or Asia and count its work in the pitted faces. Smallpox. Smallpox is caused by the variola virus, and unlike plague, it needed no rat and no flea, no animal reservoir at all. Humans were its only home. It passed on the breath, in the droplets of a cough or a conversation, and in the crusted material of its sores, which stayed infectious in blankets, in clothes, in the dust of a sick room, for weeks or months after the sick person had died or recovered. That combination made it a perfect parasite on human settlement itself. Wherever people packed together, in cities, in armies, in monasteries, on pilgrim roads, variola circulated. And by the Middle Ages, it had woven itself into the background of Eurasian life so thoroughly that in the big population centers it functioned less like a visiting catastrophe and more like a toll collector at the gate of childhood, taking its percentage of every generation as they came through. Follow one case from the beginning. The timetable of this disease was known to everyone in the medieval world, with the intimacy we reserve for things that have been in the family. For about 12 days after infection, nothing. The virus multiplied silently, first in the throat and airways, then spreading through the lymphatic system and the bloodstream, seeding the skin and the organs, and the carrier felt fine, went to market, kissed their children, sat through mass. Then the storm broke, a sudden ferocious fever, often above 40 degrees, with a headache like a splitting axe, and a pain in the lower back so severe that sufferers across the centuries described it as feeling their spine being broken, plus vomiting, plus, in many cases, delirium. 2 or 3 days of that, and then, cruelly, the fever often eased, and the patient felt briefly better. And that was the moment the rash arrived. It started, usually, in the mouth. Sores across the tongue and throat that broke open and turned every swallow into misery. And those open mouth sores poured virus into the saliva, making the patient maximally contagious exactly as the visible illness began. Then the skin. A flush of red spots on the face first, then the forearms and hands, then the trunk and legs, densest on the face, palms and soles, and over the following week those flat spots rose into bumps, the bumps filled with clear fluid, and the fluid turned to thick, opaque pus. Smallpox pustules sat deep, embedded in the skin like hard buried peas, tense and domed, each one surrounded by an angry ring, and they had a distinctive feel physicians used for diagnosis, a hard little shot of matter fixed in the flesh. By the 8th or 9th day, a serious case was carrying hundreds or thousands of them, and the face swelled until the eyes forced shut. The features vanished into a single crusted mask. The skin of the hands stretched tight and shiny around the packed pustules, and patients ran a second fever as their immune system fought along a battlefront that now covered their entire surface. What happened next decided everything, and the fork in the road was visible to any experienced observer. In the ordinary, discrete form of the disease, the pustules stayed separate from one another, scattered islands with healthy skin between, and after the second week they dried, crusted and scabbed, and the scabs fell away through the 3rd and 4th weeks, and the patient, exhausted, scarred, reeking, lived. Even this form killed a large minority, but it was the survivable version. In the confluent form, the pustules were so dense they merged, flowing together into continuous sheets. And on the face and forearms the skin effectively became one wound, a single coat of pus lifting away from the flesh beneath. Confluent patients were in torment, their skin burning, weeping, sticking to the bedding so that every change of linen tore them. And observers going back centuries describe the smell of a confluent smallpox ward as unlike anything else in medicine. A sweetish, gagging odor of decay coming off living patients, strong enough to fill a house, strong enough that nurses identified the disease from the doorway. Confluent smallpox killed somewhere around 1/2 to 2/3 of the people who developed it. And beyond confluent lay the rarest and most feared presentation of all, the one later centuries called the black pox, hemorrhagic smallpox. In these patients, the bleeding started early, under the skin, from the gums, from the nose, from the gut, the skin darkening into a dusky purplish, then blackish surface as blood pooled beneath it, the whites of the eyes turning solid red. And death came fast, often before the classic pustules ever fully formed, sometimes within 5 or 6 days, and it came for essentially everyone, with pregnant women, for reasons still not fully understood, disproportionately represented among its victims. A hemorrhagic case dying in a village that knew its smallpox looked wrong even to the experienced, too dark, too fast. And accounts of such deaths carry a particular note of horror, the familiar monster arriving in an unfamiliar shape. Inside a stricken house, the work of nursing fell, wherever possible, to the marked, the pocked survivors of earlier years, who could sit at the bedside in perfect safety and knew it, and every community carried a roster of such people. grandmothers and aunts with cratered faces who moved into the sick room when the rash declared itself and ran it. The boiled cloths, the propped shutters, the broth forced past a throat full of sores, while the unmarked kept their distance. Medicine contributed its rituals on top. The most durable held that the color red drew out the disease and softened the scarring, so sick rooms across Europe and Asia were hung with scarlet cloth. Patients wrapped in red blankets, given red foods and red drinks, and the English court physician John of Gravestone, treating a son of the king around the turn of the 1300s, wrapped the boy entirely in scarlet, bed hangings and all, and reported him healed without a mark. A result the red treatment collected credit for over the next 5 centuries. The custom outlived the Middle Ages by a very long way, with serious researchers still testing red light on smallpox wards in the early 1900s, a medieval bedside ritual dying about 400 years after the era that invented it. Taken altogether, the classic strain of smallpox, variola major, killed around 30% of the people it infected. Set that number against a whole society. Nearly everyone caught it, most of them as children, and roughly 3 in 10 of those infections ended in death, meaning smallpox alone was clipping a huge share of every birth cohort in the crowded parts of the medieval world before they reached adulthood, quietly, routinely, year in and year out, without ever producing the single spectacular death year that gets a pandemic remembered. And the 70% who lived carried the receipt. The deep pustules destroyed the oil glands and the underlying skin structure, and when the scabs fell away, they left the pitted, cratered scarring that marked survivors for life, densest on the face because the rash was densest on the face. In heavily affected regions, historical observers estimated that most adults you might meet were pockmarked to some degree, so common that police descriptions and wanted notices for centuries listed pockmarking as routinely as hair color, and unscarred skin, especially on a woman, was rare enough to be remarked on as a beauty in its own right. The virus took eyes too. Pustules forming on the cornea ulcerated and scarred it, and smallpox stood for centuries among the great causes of blindness in Europe and Asia, whole classes of blind beggars and blind musicians owing their condition to a childhood fever. In Japan, the connection ran so deep that the guilds of blind performers and masseurs, trades reserved by custom for the blind, drew generation after generation of their members from the ranks the pox had darkened. It took faces, took sight, took the firstborn and the newborn, and life simply went on around it, since it had never been otherwise in living memory. Nobody in the medieval world understood this disease better than a physician working in Baghdad around the year 900. Abu Bakr Muhammad ibn Zakaria al-Razi, known in the Latin West as Rhazes, ran hospitals in his native Rai and in Baghdad, at a time when the hospitals of the Islamic world were the most advanced medical institutions on earth. A story told of him says that when the ruler of Baghdad wanted a new hospital sited, Rhazes had cuts of fresh meat hung up in different quarters of the city and checked them over the following days, choosing the district where the meat rotted slowest as the healthiest air, empiricism by butcher's cut, and whether or not it happened exactly that way, the story survives because it captures how the man thought. The institutions he worked in matched him. The great hospitals of Baghdad ran wards separated by ailment, with fevers kept apart from wounds and the disturbed cared for in their own quarters. Staffed physicians on rotation, stipends, teaching rounds where students trailed the master from bed to bed, and case notes kept and consulted. A working clinical machine operating at a level Western Europe would take centuries to match, and smallpox patients moved through those wards constantly, giving a man like Rhazes something no Latin physician of his era had: volume, hundreds of cases to compare, until the disease's shape stood out from every other fever around it. He wrote, among some 200 works, a treatise on smallpox and measles that stands as a landmark in the entire history of medicine. Before Rhazes, the eruptive fevers of childhood blurred together in the medical literature. He pulled them apart. Watching at the bedside, case after case, he catalogued the specific signs that announced smallpox rather than measles: the fever, the back pain, the restlessness, the character and sequence of the eruption, and set them down so that a physician could tell, from the first days, which enemy had entered the house and what to expect of it. He wrote about protecting the eyes of smallpox patients, about care of the throat sores, about which cases would run mild and which foretold disaster. And he did all of it in a tone of clinical observation. Watch the patient. Trust what you see. That sounds far more modern than the century it came from. His treatise was translated into Latin and stayed in use in European medicine for hundreds of years, still being printed in the West into the 1800s, a run of nearly 1,000 years for one clinical manual. He also held, incidentally, that smallpox was essentially a universal experience, something almost every human being must pass through once, a fermentation of the blood belonging to childhood itself, and given the world he practiced in, that lands less like fatalism than like fieldwork. In the cities Rhazes knew, catching smallpox was as close to a certainty as anything in a human life. Rhazes himself ended in darkness, and the traditions about his last years fit the man. He went blind in old age, cataracts by the usual account, and when a surgeon offered to operate, one version has him first quizzing the man on the anatomy of the eye, dismissing him when the answers fell short, and another has him declining the couching needle altogether, saying he had seen so much of the world already that he was in no hurry for more of it. He died around 925, the greatest clinician of his age, having spent a career staring at a disease he could describe perfectly and prevent not at all. For a demonstration of what this virus could do when it found a population without that grim routine exposure, look east to Japan in the 730s, where the record survives in unusual detail, and the story is as bleak as anything in this entire video. Japan's island position had kept it comparatively insulated. Contact with the mainland ran through a trickle of diplomatic missions and trade with the Korean peninsula, and that insulation meant its people carried little of the accumulated immunity that mainland populations bought with their steady childhood losses. Japan had met the disease before, and the earlier brush had nearly redirected the country's whole religious history. In 585, an epidemic of a pustular sickness swept the islands just as the court was fighting over a foreign novelty, Buddhism, recently arrived from the mainland, and the conservative clans argued that the pestilence was the anger of Japan's native gods at the worship of a foreign one. They won the argument briefly. The Buddha image at the center of the dispute was thrown into a canal and a temple burned, and when the epidemic raged on regardless, killing among others the very officials who had done the throwing, the pro-Buddhist faction claimed its own vindication and worship resumed. A disease had been made the referee of a theological fight, and its verdicts, like all its verdicts, meant nothing and decided everything. 150 years later, it came back for the whole country. In 735, smallpox came ashore in the north of Kyushu, the island closest to Korea, arriving, according to the traditional account, with a Japanese fisherman who had been shipwrecked on the peninsula and picked the infection up there. It took hold around Dazaifu, the government center of the region, and the court's own records track what followed with the helpless precision of a good bureaucracy watching a disaster it cannot touch. The disease burned through Kyushu that year, killing so widely that the harvest failed for want of hands in the fields, and famine moved in behind the fever. The government suspended taxes for the stricken provinces. It sent official prayers and rice relief and instructions to the provincial temples. And the disease, indifferent, moved up the archipelago along the roads and shipping routes, reaching the capital region by 737, and there it did something that has almost no parallel in the records of any medieval state. It decapitated the government. Japan in the 730s was run, in practice, by 4 brothers of the Fujiwara family: Muchimaro, Fusasaki, Umakai, and Maro, the sons of a great statesman, each of them holding a major post, each heading his own branch of the clan, and together forming the political machine that surrounded and managed the emperor. They were the government, in the sense that mattered. In 737, the epidemic came through the capital at Nara, and between April and August of that one year, smallpox killed all 4 of them. Fusasaki went first, in the spring. Maro and Muchimaro followed in the summer, dying within weeks of each other. Umakai, the last, died in August. 4 brothers, the 4 most powerful men in Japan, wiped out inside 5 months by the same disease that was simultaneously killing the farmers who grew their rice. The court records from that year make for surreal browsing, promotion after promotion granted to men already dead or dying, offices reshuffled around a vanishing roster, the machinery of state grinding on while the people operating it dropped at their desks. And beneath the aristocracy, the countryside was being emptied. Provincial tax registers survive from the years around the epidemic, and demographic historians who have worked through them estimate that the outbreak of 735 to 737 killed somewhere in the region of 1/4 to 1/3 of the entire population of Japan. The middle estimates run to 1 million dead or more, in a country of perhaps 4 or 5 million. Villages fell off the tax rolls entirely. Rice land went back to scrub because nobody remained to plant it, and the government formally suspended the rice tax and the labor conscription across most of the country, an admission in fiscal language that the state had temporarily lost the ability to function. What Japan did with its grief is still standing, and you can visit it. The emperor of the time, Shomu, a deeply Buddhist man, took the catastrophe personally, issuing edicts in which he blamed his own insufficient virtue for the suffering of the realm, framing the epidemic as a failure of the ruler rather than a crime of the ruled. His answer, first, was a network. In 741, he ordered a state temple and a state nunnery built in every province of Japan, dozens of them, each staffed with monks whose duty included reciting sutras for the protection of the realm against exactly this, disease and disaster, a nationwide spiritual defense grid erected in direct response to the epidemic. And then came the project of almost unhinged ambition for a country that had just lost a third of its people. He ordered the casting of a colossal bronze Buddha, the Daibutsu, at Nara, a seated figure some 15 meters tall, consuming a huge share of the bronze and much of the available gold in Japan, built by hundreds of thousands of laborers and donors over years, as an act of national atonement and protection. The eye-opening ceremony, where the pupils were painted in and the statue ritually brought to life, came in 752, with dignitaries attending from across Asia, and the great Buddha of Nara sits there today, recast and repaired over the centuries, in one of the largest wooden buildings in the world, drawing millions of tourists a year, most of whom have no idea they're looking at a monument born from a smallpox epidemic, a 1,300-year-old response to a virus, cast in 500 tons of bronze. The epidemic bent Japanese history in a quieter way too, one that outlasted the bronze. With a third of the cultivators dead and rice land reverting to wilderness, the government faced fields nobody would clear because nobody could own them, all land being formerly the emperor's. So in 743, the court passed a law allowing anyone who brought new land under cultivation to keep it permanently as private property, heritable forever. It worked, land got cleared, and it also, over the following centuries, gradually dissolved the whole imperial land system, as aristocrats and temples piled up vast private estates under the new rule, estates that eventually needed private guards, guards who eventually became a warrior class. And historians drawing the long line from the smallpox dead of 737 to the rise of the samurai are drawing a real line, generation by generation, out of those emptied fields. Europe knew the same enemy and had known it for a long time. A bishop in what is now Switzerland, Marius of Avenches, writing in the 570s, gives us the first known use of the word that would stick, variola, recording an epidemic of it in Italy and Gaul. A physician of Alexandria named Aaron, writing in the 600s, gave one of the earliest clear clinical descriptions in the medical literature, a couple of centuries before Rhazes built his masterwork, and his chapters survived through quotation by the Arabic writers who came after him, tracing the route such knowledge traveled out of the dying classical world, through the hospitals of Islam, and back into Europe in Latin translations centuries later. The English word smallpox itself came along only at the very end of the Middle Ages, coined to distinguish the smallpox of variola from the great pox, the new disease of the 1490s that we call syphilis. For most of the centuries we're covering, the disease was simply the pox, or the variola, or the pox, a word old enough in English that it barely needed saying whose spots you meant. A few years later, Gregory of Tours, our man from the Justinianic plague, described an epidemic sweeping Gaul in 580 in terms that fit smallpox closely. A disease bringing fever and vesicles and pustules over the whole body, killing above all the children, and he tells one story from inside the royal family that stands for every family in the kingdom. King Chilperic and Queen Fredegund, rulers of one of the Frankish kingdoms, watched the disease enter their own nursery, and Fredegund, one of the most feared and ruthless women of the entire early Middle Ages, a queen who had rivals assassinated as routine business, broke. She became convinced the sickness was divine punishment for the crushing taxes she and her husband had laid on the poor, and she took the tax registers, the parchment rolls listing what every household owed, and burned them, throwing the records into the fire with her own hands and begging her husband to do the same with his, saying they were losing their children for the sake of treasure that had wrung tears from the destitute. The registers burned. The children died anyway, 2 young sons within weeks of each other, and Gregory, who despised Fredegund and documented her crimes for decades, still recorded her at the bedside, this terrifying woman, watching a pustuled child struggle and understanding that all her power amounted to nothing at all in that room. Islamic tradition remembers the disease from its own founding era in the story of the Year of the Elephant around 570, when an Abyssinian army marching on Mecca with a war elephant was destroyed, in the traditional telling, by birds pelting the soldiers with stones that raised sores and pestilence on their bodies, an account many later commentators, medieval and modern, have connected with a smallpox outbreak tearing through a besieging army at exactly the moment the city seemed lost. However you take the tradition, the disease itself was thoroughly established across the Middle East by the early medieval centuries, familiar enough that raisers could treat it as the common property of every household, and the movement of armies kept redistributing it. The Crusades in particular functioned as a giant mixing engine, tens of thousands of Europeans marching into the disease environment of the Eastern Mediterranean and marching home with whatever they'd picked up, and epidemic pox traveled both directions along the pilgrim and military roads for 2 centuries. Across medieval Europe, then, smallpox settled into the role it would hold for 1,000 years. The standing epidemic of childhood. Chronicle entries note visitations of the pox sweeping this region or that. Monastery annals record the deaths of children of every rank, and the disease became so embedded that surviving it functioned as an unofficial rite of passage. Parents in heavily affected centuries reportedly hesitated to count their children as permanent until the pox had come and gone, and you can find the sentiment surviving in later proverbs, advising that no child was truly yours until it had passed through smallpox. Royalty enjoyed no exemption whatsoever, and the list of kings, queens and heirs across Europe and Asia, killed or scarred by variola over the centuries, would fill a page. Thrones vacated, successions scrambled, marriage negotiations collapsing when a bride's face came out of the sick room transformed. The disease sat at every level of every society, from the Japanese court to the Frankish nursery to the one-room crofts of every village, and unlike plague, it never went away long enough to be forgotten, never became legend, because it was always in living memory. Something else, though, was also moving through those centuries, quietly from the East, and it's a strange idea that ended up remaking the whole history of medicine. People had noticed, everywhere smallpox lived, one absolute rule: nobody caught it twice. A survivor, however scarred, walked through every later epidemic untouched, could nurse the dying without fear, and everyone knew it. And at some point, somewhere in Asia, someone followed that observation to its logical, insane-sounding conclusion. If one attack protected you for life, and if some attacks were mild while others were fatal, then perhaps you could choose your attack. Give a healthy child a small, controlled dose of the disease, on purpose, and gamble that the resulting case would run mild and buy that child lifelong immunity. Chinese tradition places the origins of the practice around the 10th and 11th centuries, with one much-told story, setting it in the household of a high official of the Song dynasty around the year 1000, who had lost his eldest son to smallpox, and summoned healers from across the empire to protect his remaining family, among them a holy man from the mountains of Sichuan who carried the technique. The Chinese method involved taking the scab material from a mild case, aging and drying it, grinding it to powder, and blowing it up the healthy child's nostril through a silver pipe, one nostril for boys, the other for girls. The child would sicken about a week later, run a fever, break out in a scattering of pustules, a real but usually restrained case of smallpox, and then, in the great majority of cases, recover, immune for life. The catch, understood by everyone, was that the inoculated child had real smallpox and shed it like any other case, so the procedure could light the very fire it guarded against, and communities that took up the practice learned to run it like a controlled burn, treating whole households or villages in one campaign, in one season, so that everyone came through together instead of trickling infection into the streets all year. Variations of the idea appear across Asia and Africa, scratching infected matter into the skin of the arm in India and the Ottoman lands, buying the pox from a mildly sick child in folk practice, and the numbers behind the gamble were brutal and clear to everyone who used it. Deliberate inoculation killed somewhere around 1 to 2 of every 100 children who received it. Natural smallpox killed 30 of every 100 it touched, and touched nearly everyone. So a parent stood in front of a healthy, laughing child and chose to give that child smallpox on a 1 in 50 chance of killing them that week, against a 1 in 3 chance of the disease taking them in some future epidemic on its own terms. Parents made that choice for centuries, and the practice worked and spread, and in the 1700s it would jump to Europe and eventually put the idea in the head of an English country doctor that a related, milder pox from cattle might offer the protection without the gamble, and that idea would, in the 20th century, hunt variola to extinction, the first and still the only human disease deliberately eradicated from the earth. The last natural case came in 1977. Every pockmarked face in every medieval chronicle runs in a straight line to that ending, but the people of the Middle Ages got no piece of it. They got the toll collector at the gate of childhood, generation after generation, for the entire 1,000 years we're covering tonight. The folk versions of the immunity gamble show how deep the observation ran among people with no medical training at all. Across parts of Europe and Asia, long before any physician formalized anything, parents practiced what was called buying the pox. When a mild case appeared in a village, a mother would take her healthy child to the sick child's house, sometimes with a coin or a gift to seal the transaction, and press the children together or tie infected threads or scabs against the healthy child's skin, deliberately courting the household's strain while it was running gentle. In parts of India, hereditary practitioners travelled a circuit, scratching pustule matter into the arms of the young before the season of the pox, a profession passed down within families for generations. In the Ottoman lands, old women performed the ingrafting with a needle and a nutshell of matter, and it was Ottoman practice, observed at Constantinople in the early 1700s by the wife of the English ambassador, a woman whose own famous beauty had been ruined by smallpox and whose brother had died of it, that finally carried the technique into Western Europe, where it set off furious rows in pulpits and medical faculties about whether giving a child a disease could ever be anything other than a sin. The rows ran for decades. The gamble kept winning. Every one of those village transactions, the coin, the thread, the pressed together children, was a mother doing epidemiology with no vocabulary for it, staking her child on an observed regularity of nature against the certainty of the toll collector, and the road from her doorstep runs, without a single break, to the eradication of the disease from the planet. 4 diseases in, you might have noticed they share a shape. Something invisible passes from one person to another, plague on a flea or a breath, leprosy through long contact, smallpox on the air of a room, and the sick spread it to the well. The last affliction on tonight's list breaks the shape entirely. It passed from no one to no one. You could not catch it at a bedside or from a corpse, and fleeing achieved nothing because it did not chase. It came out of the family bread, and whole villages sat down to dinner together and poisoned themselves in company, and the agony it produced was so specific, so unlike anything else, that the Middle Ages decided it could only be holy fire. The story of St. Anthony's fire starts with a change in what Europe ate. As the early medieval centuries went on, rye spread across the northern half of the continent as the grain of ordinary people, because rye is tough. It grows in cold, in sand, in sour soil, on the marginal fields where wheat sulks and fails, and so from northern France across Germany and into the east. The daily bread of the peasantry, the black bread that fed the bottom 80 or 90% of society, was rye bread. Wheat was for the Lord's table and the altar. Rye was for everyone else, and everyone else ate almost nothing but grain. Bread and pottage supplied the bulk of a medieval peasant's calories, most of the day's food arriving as milled grain in one form or another, a kilogram of bread and more per adult on working days, which turns out to be the crucial fact in this whole story, because a poison in the bread of people who eat little besides bread has, in practice, no ceiling on the dose. Rye was eaten at every meal, often as the bulk of every meal, and that dependence opened a door for one of the strangest killers in this whole story, because rye has a parasite. The parasite is a fungus called Claviceps purpurea, and it strikes the rye in the field, in flower, especially after a cold winter and a wet spring. It infects the grain head and replaces individual kernels with its own resting bodies, hard, curved, purple-black spurs that jut from the ear of rye, each one a little larger than a grain, looking, as generations of farmers noted, like the droppings of a rodent tucked in among the seed. Those spurs came to be called ergots, from an old French word for a rooster's spur, and inside them the fungus stores a pharmacy of alkaloid compounds, chemicals of ferocious biological power. Some of them clamp blood vessels shut, some of them act directly on the brain and nervous system. One of them, lysergic acid, sits one chemistry step away from LSD, And that fact, discovered in a Swiss laboratory in the 20th century, hangs over everything the medieval sources describe, because the people of the Middle Ages were, without any possibility of knowing it, subject to periodic mass dosings of a crop contaminated with vasoconstrictors and hallucinogens at once. In a good year, the ergots were scattered and few, and careful winnowing removed most of them, and the low background dose did its damage quietly, in miscarriages, in tinglings, in ailments nobody connected to anything. In a bad year, a wet year, a famine year when nobody could afford to throw away a single kernel, the ergots went into the mill with the grain. The flour came out a little darker, the bread perhaps a little bitter, and hungry people ate it. Every day, all winter, each loaf delivering another dose, the poison accumulating meal by meal in every member of the household at once. Nothing about it looked like contagion, or like anything at all. The bread was the same bread their grandparents had eaten from the same fields, and then, weeks into the winter, the fire started. The gangrenous form, the classic St. Anthony's fire, usually announced itself at the far ends of the body. A crawling, prickling sensation in the feet and hands, described in the sources as ants swarming under the skin, and then the burning began. Sufferers said the pain was fire, invisible fire, a scorching agony in a limb that looked, at first, completely normal. No wound, no visible mark of any sort, just a foot or a hand that felt as though it had been thrust into a furnace and held there day and night without relief. What was actually happening, we now know, was that the ergot alkaloids were clamping the arteries shut, strangling the blood supply to the extremities, and the burning was the tissue screaming as it starved. Then the limb began to change. The skin cooled as the blood failed, and the sufferer entered a stage the sources describe with terrible clarity. The affected part now icy cold to the touch while the patient shrieked that it was burning. Cold flesh, hot pain, and the two facts together baffled every physician who encountered them. Next the color turned, red to violet to a deep, dead black. The flesh mummifying on the bone, drying, hardening, shrinking, an arm or a leg transforming over weeks into something that no longer looked like living tissue at all, because it was no longer living tissue. And then came the end point that made this affliction legendary, the detail that appears in chronicle after chronicle across 3 centuries, because no one who saw it could keep it out of their account. The dead limb separated. Dry gangrene, unlike the wet kind, can detach at a joint with little blood and, in a limb whose nerves have died, little fresh pain. And so the sources describe sufferers whose blackened feet came away at the ankle, whose fingers dropped from their hands, whose whole legs, in the worst accounts, detached at the knee, and the person lived and watched it happen. A monastic annal from the town of Xanten on the Lower Rhine, in the entry for the year 857, gives us one of the earliest clear descriptions in a single line, recording a great plague of swollen blisters that consumed the people with a loathsome rot, so that their limbs were loosened and fell off before death. Loosened and fell off before death. The chronicler needed 11 words for the entire clinical picture, and honestly, medicine hasn't improved much on the summary. Victims of the fire lost feet and kept walking on stumps. They lost hands and begged with the arms that remained. And they carried, some of them, a piece of evidence of what had happened to them that no other disease in this video can match. Their own detached limbs, carried to shrines and churches as offerings, laid before the altars of the saints. They begged for healing, and later, when a healing order arose around this disease, its hospital shrines accumulated collections of these mummified arms and legs, hung up as votives, a display that pilgrims walked past on their way in, the walls themselves testifying to what the fire took. The first outbreak we can watch unfold at scale hit France in 944 and 945, centering on Aquitaine and the region around Paris, and the chroniclers of the time, Flodoard of Reims among them, recorded it with horror. The Plague of Fire, they called it, and they describe it consuming its victims limb by limb through that winter. The invisible flame eating hands and feet, bodies rotting joint by joint while their owners lived, and the death estimates that survive for that single episode run to tens of thousands, with figures around 40,000 dead appearing in the later literature for the wider outbreak, concentrated among the poor, the rye-eaters, while the wheat-eating rich watched a scourge that somehow never entered their houses. Something happened during that Paris outbreak, though, that in hindsight glows like a lantern nobody picked up. The sick poured into the city seeking healing at the shrines, and Duke Hugh the Great, the most powerful magnate in France, opened his stores and fed the crowds of sufferers from his own grain, clean grain, and at the shrine of the Virgin, the afflicted began, in numbers, to recover. The burning faded, the progression stopped. Miracle, said everyone, reasonably enough by their lights. And then some of the healed pilgrims went home, back to their villages, back to their own bread, and the fire came back, in the same limbs, and they returned to Paris to be healed a second time. Recovery in the city, relapse at home, and the pattern repeated. And to the people of the 10th century it demonstrated the power of the shrine and the fragility of sinners who left its protection. The idea that the difference between Paris and home was the flower itself sat there, in plain sight, for another 700 years, and nobody touched it. The chronicler Rodolphus Glaber, writing in Burgundy in the early 1000s, describes the fire's visits around the turn of the millennium in language soaked with apocalypse. A hidden fire, he and others called it, ignis occultus, that fastened on a limb, consumed it from the body, and in a single night, in the worst tellings, ate a victim through. He describes sufferers crowding the shrines of the saints in such numbers that the churches of whole regions filled with the mutilated, and the smell of the burning sickness hanging in the naves. Those decades around the year 1000 were famine decades in much of France. Wet harvests, desperate people grinding everything that looked like grain, and the fire followed the hunger with a punctuality that everyone noticed and nobody could use, since the lesson everyone drew pointed at heaven. The end of the world was expected by many as the millennium turned, and a disease that burned sinners alive from the inside, limb by limb, in years of famine, slotted into that expectation so perfectly that arguing with it would have seemed like arguing with the weather. The chronicler Sigebert of Gembloux marked 1089 as a pestilential year in the Western Low Countries, describing sufferers whose insides were consumed by the holy fire while their limbs blackened like charcoal, and he added the sentence that hangs over this entire disease, that some died miserably, and others lived on more miserably still, with hands and feet cut away. The dead and the maimed, and the chronicler ranking the maimed as the worse fate. Every ergot outbreak produced both populations, the buried and the amputated, and every town in the Rhinelands carried its veterans of the fire, stump-legged men at the church door whose bodies were the community's record of the last bad harvest. Instead, Europe built a saint. During an outbreak in the 1090s in the Dauphiné, in southeastern France, the disease tore through the region around Vienne, where, as it happened, a church held relics said to be those of Saint Anthony the Great, the ancient Egyptian hermit, the desert father who had famously been tormented in the wilderness by demons that assaulted him with visions and with fire. The association clicked into place with the force of the obvious, a disease of burning and visions, and a saint who had conquered burning and visions. Sufferers converged on the relics, and among them, the story goes, was a nobleman named Gaston, whose son Giron lay consumed by the fire, and Gaston vowed that if the saint healed his boy, he would give his wealth to the care of everyone else afflicted. The son recovered. The father kept the vow. In 1095, Gaston and his son founded a brotherhood to nurse the victims of the burning sickness at the church that held the relics, and that little fraternity grew into the Hospital Brothers of Saint Anthony the Antonines, one of the great specialist medical orders of the entire Middle Ages, an organization that would spend the next 6 centuries doing nothing but caring for the victims of a disease whose cause nobody on earth understood. And the fire itself took the saint's name. Ignis Sancti Antoni, Saint Anthony's fire. Antony had competition, incidentally. In 1129 and 30, an outbreak of the burning sickness tore through Paris, the mal des ardents, the sickness of the burning ones, and the city's response became a celebrated event in the city's medieval memory. The canons brought out the reliquary of Sainte Geneviève, the city's patroness, and carried it in procession through the streets to the cathedral through crowds of the afflicted, and the accounts say the sufferers who touched or approached the shrine were healed in their multitudes, all but a handful. And Paris commemorated the deliverance with an annual feast, the miracle of the Ardents that stayed on the calendar for centuries. Notice what the miracle involved. The burning sick of Paris gathered together at the cathedral, away from their homes, fed by charity through the emergency, all of them off their own bread for the duration. The saints of France kept accidentally running the same experiment, and it kept working, and the conclusion kept pointing upward instead of at the mill. At its height, the Antonine network ran to something like 370 hospitals scattered across Europe, from France and Germany down into Italy and Spain and up into Scandinavia, a chain of specialist burn wards, in effect, for a burn that came from inside. You could recognize an Antonine house at a distance. Tradition holds that many were painted red, fire red, a signal legible to the illiterate that here was the place for the burning sickness, and the brothers who ran them wore black habits marked with a tau, the T-shaped cross of Saint Anthony in blue. Inside, the order had, without knowing any of the underlying science, stumbled into a treatment protocol that worked, and picking it apart is one of the small pleasures of this whole grim subject. Patients admitted to an Antonine house were fed from the hospital's own stores, and the hospitals, being wealthy, well-endowed institutions baked with good grain, and by long custom the bread given to the sick was wheat bread, the noble grain, the grain of the host, considered fitting for the suffering poor of the saint. Wheat, for practical purposes, carries no ergot. So the moment a victim walked through the red doors, the dosing stopped. On top of that, the brothers administered their famous remedy, the Saint Vinage, wine that had been poured over the relics of Saint Anthony and infused with herbs, drunk by the patients and painted onto their dying limbs. And depending on which herbs a given house used, some of them may have plausibly opened blood vessels a little, though the wine's greatest ingredient was almost certainly the fact that you had to be at the hospital, eating hospital bread, to receive it. Patients recovered at the Antonine houses at rates that looked, to everyone including the brothers, like the steady mercy of the saint. Sufferers who left too soon and went home to the family loaf relapsed, proving how dangerous it was to stray from Anthony's protection. Every observation confirmed the theology. The system worked for 600 years for the wrong reason, and it worked. For the limbs past saving, the Antonines developed the other side of their expertise, amputation. The brothers became, by necessity, among the most practiced amputators in Europe, taking off mummified feet and gangrenous legs in an age without anesthesia beyond wine and strap, and their hospitals accumulated the votive evidence I mentioned. The detached and severed limbs of the healed hung at the shrines, gruesome and devout at once. Their houses also kept a famous privilege that put the order into every town's daily life. Antonine pigs, fattened for the hospitals, were allowed by special right to roam free through the streets of medieval towns, wearing bells on their collars, foraging the garbage, protected by the saint. And everyone knew the bell-wearing pig at the market trough belonged to Saint Anthony and touched it at their peril. The pig became the saint's companion in 1,000 church images, and pork fat from those pigs went into the salves the brothers rubbed on burning limbs. The order also held prized papal privileges to collect alms across Christendom, and its travelling collectors, the questors of St. Anthony, worked the parishes of Europe with bells and relics and promises, so effectively, and eventually so notoriously, that by the end of the Middle Ages, the Antonine fundraiser had become a stock figure of satire, grumbled about by Chaucer's generation and held up by later reformers as everything wrong with the traffic in holiness. An order born at a sickbed grew famous in its last centuries for how well it collected. An entire ecosystem, hospitals, herds, vineyards, relics, all of it organized around a fungus nobody had ever knowingly seen. The center of it all sat in the Dauphiné, at the abbey that grew up around the relics, Saint-Antoine, and by the high Middle Ages the roads into that valley carried a permanent traffic of the burned. Pilgrims came on crutches, in carts, carried on the backs of relatives, some covering the last miles on their stumps, converging from across Europe on the great abbey church, where the saint's bones lay behind the high altar, and the brothers ran the largest of all the hospitals. Sufferers judged incurable could be received to live out their lives there as a recognized class of the abbey's poor, the singed, the people of the fire, fed and housed under the saint who had either sent the disease or would cure it, opinion divided on which, and plenty of pilgrims hedged by treating the same saint as arsonist and fireman at once, appeasing him with offerings on the way in and thanking him on the way out. That covers the fire in the limbs. Ergot had a second face, and in some ways it's the stranger one. In other outbreaks, more common east of the Rhine, the same poisoned bread produced not gangrene but convulsions, and the sources describing convulsive ergotism sound like descriptions of possession, because for centuries that's exactly what people concluded they were watching. Victims were seized by violent muscle spasms, their limbs contracting and wrenching, hands and feet bending at impossible angles, bodies arching backward like drawn bows, and the fits came in waves for days and weeks, with the sufferers howling from the cramping pain, twisting on the ground, and between the convulsions came the other symptoms, the ones that unsettled the neighbors most. Hallucinations. The alkaloids in ergot act on the same brain receptors as their laboratory descendant, and poisoned villagers saw things, fire, demons, animals, visions vivid enough to make them scream and flee and climb and hide, whole households raving together, because whole households ate from the same loaf, a village-wide waking nightmare with everyone dosed and nobody sober enough to notice the pattern. German lands, where the convulsive form dominated, gave it a name of its own, the Kriebelkrankheit, roughly the creeping or tingling sickness, after the crawling sensation under the skin that opened the attack, and German accounts describe sufferers gripped by cravings and contortions for weeks, hands locked shut so hard the nails cut the palms, and villages nursing dozens of the twisting sick through a winter while the sound of it, by more than one description, carried from house to house. The ones who came through convulsive attacks often stayed altered, hands that never fully opened again, a permanent tremor, senses dulled, and the accounts note that children, smaller bodies fed from the same family loaf, went down hardest and came back least. Some victims fell into trances or false deaths. Some were left permanently shaking, or dim, or blind, and a community watching its people convulse, rave, and describe demons had frameworks available for understanding that, and the frameworks were possession, and witchcraft, and divine wrath. And some historians have argued, cautiously, that certain famous outbreaks of collective frenzy in European history sit suspiciously close to ergot country and ergot weather, including the dancing manias, those episodes in 1374 along the Rhine and in 1518 at Strasbourg, when crowds of people danced compulsively for days until they collapsed. And even, in a much-debated modern theory, the bewitchment symptoms at Salem in 1692. Other historians push back hard on all of those links, pointing out that mass psychology under stress produces its own convulsions and visions, no fungus required, and the honest answer is that nobody can now dose test a village from 1518. For the people on that bread, the question never existed anyway. Fire in the limbs, demons in the eyes, dancers in the street, all of it arrived from the same God for the same sins, out of the same sky. Ergo poisoned livestock exactly as it poisoned people, and farm records and chronicles across the Rye centuries describe cattle in bad years losing their hooves, the horns sloughing away from the gangrenous foot, tails dropping off, ears withering, whole herds going lame and mad on ergotized pasture grasses and contaminated feed, and a farmer watching his cattle shed their hooves in the same winter, his children's feet turned black, was watching a single poisoning with two sets of victims and no possible way to see the connection. The rye stood in the field, looking like rye. The spurs in the grain looked like they had always looked, part of the crop, part of the world. One group of medieval professionals did, in a limited way, learn to use the poison on purpose, and their story runs like a thin thread of practical knowledge through all the theology. Midwives. Somewhere along the centuries of living with ergot, The women who attended births in the rye lands noticed that the spurred grain, given in small measured amounts, made the womb contract, hard, and by the early modern period, German midwives were carrying powdered ergot as a tool of the trade, the pulvis ad partum, the birth powder given to stall out labours to force the child through, and dosed wrong, it killed mothers and infants alike. The same vessel-clamping violence that took feet in the winter turned on the uterus in the birthing room. Physicians eventually took the tool over, then largely dropped it as too dangerous for hastening birth, then kept it for stopping the bleeding after birth, where it saved lives, and chemists in the 20th century pulled the individual alkaloids apart and turned them into drugs for hemorrhage and migraine that sit in hospitals right now. The fungus that burned the Middle Ages ended up in the pharmacopoeia, which counts among the strangest career changes any organism in this video ever made. The fire burned on that misunderstanding for most of a millennium. Outbreak after outbreak scorched the ryelands. Dozens across France alone in the records between the 10th century and the early modern period, some small, some consuming provinces, and the pattern held with a consistency that eventually became impossible to ignore, always after wet years, always among the rye eaters, always sparing the wheat tables. Certain regions became bywords for it. Above all, the Sologne, a damp, sandy, rye-locked district south of Orléans that suffered outbreak after outbreak across the centuries, until French physicians treated the place almost as a natural laboratory of the disease, the fire returning to the same poor parishes like a tide. In 1670, a French physician named Tuillier, working through outbreaks in his region, put the pieces together in writing, pointing at the spurred grain itself, at the ergots in the bread of the poor, and even then the idea took generations more to win, because it had to displace a saint. The Antonine order faded as its disease faded, the houses emptying as milling improved and diets diversified, and the potato spread as an alternative to bread, and in the 1770s, what remained of the order was absorbed into the Knights of Malta, closing a 7-century run. The disease itself outlived the Middle Ages by a long way. Rye regions of France and Germany and Russia suffered ergo outbreaks into the 1800s and beyond, with Russian famine years killing thousands in ergo epidemics as late as the 20th century, and one small French town, Pont-Saint-Esprit, went through a sudden collective madness in 1951, hallucinations and convulsions out of nowhere that many investigators blamed on contaminated bread, a controversy still argued today. The fungus never surrendered, we just stopped setting its table. One last image from the Antonine houses to carry us out. A pilgrim on the road in the 1200s, feet bandaged, one hand already gone at the wrist, walking the last miles toward a red-walled hospital he has heard about from other sufferers, past fields of the same grain that is killing him. Ergot spurs standing in the ears on both sides of the road, invisible in plain sight. At the gate, a brother in a black habit with a blue towel takes him in, washes the ruined feet, hangs his story on the wall with all the others, and puts in front of him a piece of white wheat bread, and with that meal, though neither of them will ever know it, the poisoning ends. He will credit the saint. So will the brothers. The wheat will keep its secret for another 500 years. Okay, before you go. This one took a genuinely absurd amount of research to put together, so if it kept you company tonight, the single best thing you can do is share it with somebody who likes falling asleep to plagues. Apparently that's a whole demographic. Massive thanks to the Patreon crew and the YouTube members for making these possible. Links for all of that are in the description and the pinned comment if you want in. Tell me below which of the 5 you'd least want to live through. I have my answer. I suspect most of you will pick the same one. Sleep well.